You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Good Friday, because that's what we're making our way into. It will be the 15th day of April. Indeed, Good Friday as we head into the Easter weekend. Is it live or is it Memorex? Yeah, we're here. We're live. What happened to the big moose? I'll explain coming up here. Meanwhile, I hope you've had a great week, and yeah, getting set for the Easter weekend. My, what a much quieter night. Finally, an opportunity for drivers to maybe move some of that freight. A lot of drivers playing catch-up after our big week-long cross-country storm. And we'll take a look at the mess that was left behind. Yeah, when all was said and done, it was indeed a deadly storm system. One confirmed fatality. But as I look at the big picture tonight, rather than severe weather watches and blizzard warnings, not a whole lot showing up. We do still have some windy conditions, not enough to prompt high wind warnings or wind advisories. I take that back. We do have some wind advisories through parts of eastern New Mexico and northern and western portions of Texas. Yeah, on up into the southwest corner of Kansas, western Oklahoma. Gusty conditions and some red flag warnings there through parts of New Mexico. Blizzard warnings have all come and gone. We do still have winter weather advisories for much of North Dakota, northern portions of Minnesota. And that's because we've got the blowing snow. You're not going to see much additional accumulation. All the heavy damage has been done. And this storm lived up to the expectations. What do we see? Some areas picked up more than 40 inches of snow out of this storm system. But let me start on the severe weather side of the storm as we kind of look back at the major outbreak of severe weather, a path of destruction across the central and especially the southeastern states this week. Torrential rain, powerful winds, gigantic hail, and as many as 30 tornadoes. More than 24 people injured in multiple states, and then, as I mentioned, one fatality reported there in Arkansas. That woman's death occurred late Wednesday afternoon as the storms ripped through the south central states, just south of Little Rock. In Risen, a 20-year-old killed after a tree crashed onto her mobile home, according to the Cleveland County Emergency Management Office. Emergency crews found the woman pinned under a tree, but were unable to rescue her. Now, going back, Thursday morning, Louisville's mayor declared a state of emergency following the storms that crossed that city Wednesday night in Louisville, Kentucky's largest metro area. That tornado that touched down a little after 8:30 on Wednesday evening, according to the National Weather Service, sparking multiple fire incidents in the area. The Kentucky Mesonet reported winds of 75 miles per hour, and that was straight-line winds outside of the actual tornado. 3 other tornadoes touching down across central Kentucky Wednesday night. Storm damage surveys were set to be conducted this past day, so we should be getting numbers determining the exact strength and the path of those 4 twisters ultimately. By Thursday afternoon, 2 tornadoes were confirmed to have touched down in Shelby County, Kentucky. One of those was a preliminary EF1 rating, winds at 90 miles per hour. Of course, by late Wednesday evening, some of the photos already coming out, damage caused by the twister there in Louisville, tens of thousands without power. Earlier in the evening, the tornado sirens were going off in Mississippi. Multiple tornado-warned storms barreling through the Magnolia State. Had one for Jackson, Mississippi for the second time in roughly 2 weeks. AccuWeather's extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer actually captured video of a possible rain-wrapped tornado near the state's capital. And a forecaster at the National Weather Service office in Jackson posting a photo showing the stack of warnings that their office had issued since March the 22nd. It's been just an incredible stretch. 186 warnings had been issued for that storm-weary area in just a few weeks' time. Wednesday morning, Oklahoma had an EF1 tornado carving a 6.5-mile path of destruction in Stillwell, about 80 miles southeast of Tulsa. Several roofs blown off apartment buildings, trees uprooted, a semi-truck blown over. One was injured as that twister moved through the area. It was one day earlier, nearly 24 were injured as the severe weather swept through Texas. The touchdown in Bell County near the town of Salado, that's where they had the reports of the massive hail balls the size of grapefruit in some cases. In addition to the twister, the storm that ripped through Bell County unleashed, again, what we were just mentioning, what the National Weather Service refers to as giant hail, meaning hailstones that are in excess of 2 3/4 inches in diameter. We had the one resident, Gina Brown, she posted some photos that had gone viral on social media. Hail larger than her hand. Yeah, the superimposed, they put a lemon next to the hail ball. That particular hailstone, more than 5 inches in diameter. Bell County judge said more than 60 homes, businesses, and structures damaged, but no deaths reported there. Of course, they had more tornadoes in Minnesota, Nebraska, and Iowa earlier this week on Tuesday, according to the Associated Press. Up to 10 twisters reported across the northern half of Iowa. but only 2 have thus far been confirmed by the National Weather Service as of this past day. Now, of course, it's been nearly a month since we flipped over to the first day of spring, recall? But don't tell that to old man winter. Forecasters say there's going to be multiple opportunities for snow to fall and even accumulate in parts of the Northeast between now and the middle of next week. Yes, springtime, you've got that tug of war between winter and summer. Yeah, many may think snow is usually a thing of the past by this middle of April, but that's often not the case, and that will be evidenced with the upcoming weather pattern. I hate to tell you, after several days of warm weather, we saw the return of 70-degree temperatures for some. Snow is typically seen across the Appalachians during the month of April. There tends to be at least a small accumulation 2 or 3 times in the central and southern portions of the mountain chain. But snow can fall and accumulate multiple times during the 4th month of the year, even in interior locations, northern New York, northern New England, even as far south as the North Carolina mountains. It tends to drop a few flakes every April at some point. All right, this upcoming weather pattern will favor southward dips in the jet stream. Through the end of the month, they're telling us. When the jet stream behaves in this way, you get those puddles of cold air that can be just enough to allow some wet snow to fall. Now, in the case of the next 2 jet stream dips, intense snow squalls not likely, but we will see some episodes of snow and snow showers. The first and the weaker of those 2 jet stream dips will coincide with the cold front pushing through the region here this Easter weekend. As that front approaches, some spotty showers will erupt over the Appalachians come Saturday. Now, since the atmosphere will become quite warm ahead of the front, some of those showers are likely to turn into thunderstorms, maybe producing some gusty winds, maybe even some small hail along the mid-Atlantic and the New England coastal areas Saturday afternoon and evening. But temperatures are going to climb into the 60s, approaching 70. Along much of the I-95 zone, you'll be in the middle 50s and mid-60s even over the Appalachians. But those temperatures will take a sharp drop as that cold front crosses the region from west to east over interior areas, especially the higher terrain there in the Northeast. Rain changes to snow. Could even see a little slushy accumulation by Saturday afternoon. Then as we look toward Easter Sunday morning, your low temperatures are going to be in the mid-20s to lower 30s over the mountains. Northern and western New York, northern New England. Yes, snow showers may persist enough to even coat some of the grassy areas with a small accumulation. Snow showers likely over the mountains from northern Pennsylvania all the way up into New England on Sunday, Easter Sunday. But skies will clear out Sunday night, and we'll see frost and freeze conditions, which may jeopardize some of the flowers and blooming trees that thought spring had arrived with all that warmth earlier this week. The next jet stream dip is going to be a bit more robust. It's going to coincide with a storm that tries to make a run along the East Coast from the southern states up into New England Monday into Tuesday. They're looking at the possibility, if the jet stream really gets involved and causes that storm to strengthen, we could be looking at a significant nor'easter along the coast, while some areas over the central Appalachians, central and northern New England, will experience a period of accumulating snow. If this coastal storm develops to its full potential, there could be 4 to 8 inches of snow and slippery travel over the mountains Monday night into Tuesday morning. So look ahead here. People with travel plans from the mountains of northern West Virginia and western Maryland to northern New York and northern Maine. You'll want to keep tabs on the forecast early next week. Now, even if the storm along the coast does not strengthen, or maybe it's slower to strengthen, most locations in the northeast will experience some showers and some mixed rain and snow showers over the mountains. Now, rain from that coastal storm is forecast to hold off until late Monday or Monday night in eastern Massachusetts, where the 126th running of the Boston Marathon is scheduled to take place during the morning hours on Patriots' Day. Okay, so we'll see this kind of up and down following another warm-up during the middle of next week. There's another dip in the jet stream and another cold snap that may occur late next week into the following weekend for the Northeast as this tug of war for the seasons continues. There's a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. All right, as we get underway here on a Friday morning, again, hope you've had a great week. We'll have our final two keywords for week number 2 of our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Our first keyword comes your way next hour. As a matter of fact, then stick around. Final hour here on a Friday morning. Again, our final keyword here on the overnight drive this week. Your chance at $1,000 and maybe a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Hot Shot Secrets teaming up with TNCRadio.live. All right, who we got checking in? I know young Colton is on board out of the box this morning because he's off school. I think Colton had spring break a week or so ago, but here it is Good Friday, so no school. Enjoy your day off. Enjoy your Easter weekend there, Colton. Good to have you on board. John is with us here this evening. Good evening, overnight drivers. Kind of a calm but cold night here in Grand Rapids. Everybody stay safe out there. Have a good night. Good afternoon and hammer down. Now, there's Larry on board. Let's see. Gerald says, I heard on the radio that there were 3,000 inspections of trucks there on the Texas border, 900 out of service. That is, you are correct. You heard that right, Gerald. All this complaining about the disruptions being caused with these protests, Mexican drivers, that's been going on all week along the border there. It seems like Governor Abbott's order has some merit with the number of trucks that are being placed out of service. We've talked for years about some of the rattle traps that they try to send up across the border. Yeah, most of them crossing in that buffer zone, as they call it. All right, morning overnight drive nation. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from Sam's. Got a really noisy. Headed home for the weekend, all right? Got a cold 28 degrees here in Lamar's. Timothy, morning 55 here in Rocky Mount, Virginia at this hour. Everybody that has a Friday delivery appointment better get going. Good to have you with us there, Brian. There's Rockpick. Happy Friday, Steve. The drivers out there, third shift workers and fellow insomniacs. We've got 48 degrees, clear skies tonight. Feels like 38 in Rochester, New York. Everybody have a great weekend. Charles checks in from Stillwater, Oklahoma with 57 degrees, which is pretty nice. After the week I had in Wyoming, in Montana, it's time for a little vacation, a.k.a. Skullbuster time. Happy Easter, everyone, and be safe out there. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all. Wishing everybody a blessed Easter weekend. Morning, Joe. Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive crew. Everybody stay safe. Enjoy your Easter weekend. And a lot of folks saying have a great Easter. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve, and the listeners. 53 degrees clear in Christiansburg, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Copy in the mail. Chevy guy on board. 48 degrees clear in Lodi. There's David waiting on my loads to arrive back to Western New York. Show Dog waving a hand from Corbin, Kentucky this hour. And there's Terry listening in Moab, Utah tonight. 53 degrees, kind of overcast. I'll be driving through Albuquerque, New Mexico tomorrow morning looking for a heat wave. A burnout Walmart and a hacienda with AstroTurf. There you go. Yeah, you're going to be rolling right through Heat Wave's neck of the woods, right? Burned out Walmart. That's true. It's true. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. You want to jump on board this Friday morning? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yeah, we're here on a Friday morning. It's good to have you along for the ride. Get some of the industry headlines coming up. So what happened to my Big Moose intro? I had been playing that off my smartphone earlier this week when I had I don't know what the heck happened with the email. Couldn't get the so anyway, got that all worked out, resolved. The email is working correctly via the computer, but it's no longer forwarding to my smartphone. So, smart as I am, I thought, okay, I'll clear out all the email, and I figured maybe I have to reload the email on the smartphone, get things resynced or whatever. So all the email that was in the smartphone they're gone. But no, the email's not forwarding. So that'll be something I'll have to maybe get my daughter-in-law, somebody that's a little more tech-savvy than me, to maybe reload the email, resync, I don't know. But that's why, so I deleted my intro from the Big Moose. Moose, you'll have to resend that to me. All right, so that's what happened there. It's 844-844-3388. Before we get to the industry headlines, we were talking last night's program, Elon Musk, and kind of breaking down the fact that he had declined the invitation to become a member of the board there at Twitter. And they explained, had he accepted becoming a member of the board, there are stipulations where you cannot hold more than a 14.9% share of the stocks in the company as a board member. The guy's brilliant. He declined the invitation to be a board member, and some were speculating, well, that would leave him the ability to purchase as much stock as he wants. He could even buy the company outright. He could perform a hostile takeover. And that had the board members kind of shaking in their seats. Now, here we are less than 24 hours later. It's like the bombshell was dropped this past day. Elon Musk made an offer He put out a bid. Elon Musk makes the front pages in the media universe once again, offering to outright buy Twitter with an unsolicited $43 billion hostile takeover bid, which would take the social media giant private. Now, the real question, according to Breitbart, is he serious? Maybe he has retained Morgan Stanley to advise him in the process, and the investment bank certainly has experience with hostile takeovers. Now, the offer itself suggests that Elon is doing at least some trolling. He put $54.20 per share on the table, a clear reference to 420. 5420, the symbol of the marijuana culture. While he did offer a premium over Twitter's current value, which was $45.08 at press time, that number is still well below where Twitter was trading last year. Wall Street, it appears, think this is yet another Musk stunt. If the bid were seen as credible, the stock would have probably surged and would likely have ended the day near his offer. However, Twitter stock actually fell a bit on Thursday. It is apparent that Musk can raise the money to get this done, though. Tesla's valuation alone gives him nearly unlimited buying power. Now, this type of situation where a class of super wealthy individuals have the ability to buy literally anything they want has happened before. But it is quite rare in history, or at least its duration is rare. Also in financial news, we did see jobless claims again came in below 200,000, which shows the super tight labor market is holding on. Right, some of the numbers, but what's Elon Musk up to? And the follow-up to that was, I'm looking at some of the headlines where Twitter, they don't want Elon Musk to buy this company. And apparently the board is considering something called a poison pill to block Elon from significantly increasing his stake to purchase the company. What is a poison pill? That's the question I had asked. A poison pill is a defense tactic used by companies who are targets of hostile takeovers that gives the existing shareholders the right to buy additional stock at a discount, thereby diluting outstanding stock. Now, following that blockbuster news, the offer to acquire Twitter for $54.20 a share, Twitter called an emergency meeting of the board of directors at 10 a.m. Pacific. I go, 1 o'clock this past afternoon Eastern time, or 2 o'clock Eastern, followed by an all-hands meeting that took place at 5 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. Musk also said Thursday he made an offer to buy Twitter because he believes, here's the quote, "It's very important there be an inclusive arena for free speech in this country." Now, he had an interview at the TED conference in Vancouver. He said, he believes Twitter's algorithm should be open source and suggested the code behind Twitter should also be available on GitHub, which is a Microsoft-owned platform for sharing code for software development. Having a public platform that is massively trusted and broadly inclusive is extremely important to the future of civilization, he said. I think he's probably serious. For as much as he's done, the way he's played this game to date, I mean, how brilliant was it to decline the opportunity to be a member of the board and then leaving open that window of opportunity. You can purchase all you want. And I mean, boom, there it is. Hostile takeover. The bid is out there. We'll see what unfolds here as we head into the final day of the work week. Where will Twitter share prices go? Be an interesting day. All right, as we head toward news break, we'll get to your calls just ahead here. Hello to Tom there, our friends at tncradio.live. A blessed Good Friday to you and yours. Given that it's Good Friday, a.k.a. Passover, TNC Radio will be providing alternative programming for the day with music from our friends at LTD Radio and Truckers Radio USA. The big news, he says, is that the interview with Mario Andretti went extremely well this past day. He talked about his life from growing up in Italy, moving to America as a teen, building his first car with his twin brother, the impact that the Andretti family has had on racing in America. We even tried to talk him into giving the FAS Big Rig Racing a try. Listeners on tncradio.live are encouraged, check out the encore presentation for Steve Summers Overnight Drive listeners who are up early, right after the overnight drive at 5 a.m., by using the TNC Radio app. So coming up later this morning, I guess the replay there. All right. So we're going to get a news break in here, and again, we'll get to your calls just ahead. It's 844-3388. Lots to cover this Friday morning. Great to have you on board. Good Friday, no less. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A fire and explosion breaks out on a Russian warship in the Black Sea. The crew was evacuated, and then it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. Ukrainian forces claim they hit the ship with a missile. Russia claims they were incompetent and accidentally started a fire near their own ammunition. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby.
It's going to have an impact on their capabilities, certainly in the near term. Whether it has an impact on their naval capabilities in the long term is just unclear right now.
Protests in Grand Rapids, Michigan, after the police shooting death of a black man. 26-year-old Patrick Loyoya was pulled over and asked about the tags on his license plate. Police say he was resisting arrest. He was shot in the back of the head as he was running away. So far, the officer involved has not been charged as state police investigate. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home.
Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, good morning to the hired gun. Morning, everybody. 56 clear in northwest Georgia this hour. Painted side stays on top. All right, FJB. Let's go, Brandon. Southern Hellstorm checking in. Morning, Steve. All the drivers checking in from Carolina. Hicksville, Ohio on board. There's Scott with us. Let's see. Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve. And all the great listeners out there. 43 degrees in mid-Michigan. Quite the windy day today. Now winds down to about 10 miles per hour. But have a great show as always. Judy is on board. Buckeye Boy. Hey there. Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia at 55. You and computers, Steve, I'll tell you. I'm not the most tech-savvy guy in the world. I'll admit that. Anyways, it had been a busy day. Picked up in Birmingham, delivered in Atlanta. Came home. The wife had a tooth pulled. She was in some pain. So I went to get her some medicine. Then made her some dinner. Got a brand new refrigerator coming tomorrow. Some time from 7 to 11 a.m., hopefully. So I've been cleaning out the old fridge so they can move it downstairs to allow us to have more freezer and fridge space. Oh, we'll keep stocking up. There you go. Have a great night, everybody, and enjoy your Easter weekend. Everybody, be careful out there. All right, on to the industry headlines. What do we see here? The protests continue along the U.S.-Mexico border. This past day, at least 3 semis were set on fire on the Mexican side of the Far International Bridge. And 3 arrests have been made. The burned trucks were actually part of the blockade that are protesting the recent inspection requirements for entry into Texas. According to KRGV News, the trucks are believed to have been set on fire by the Mexican cartel. It's about all the info we have in place at this point in time. But we'll get to some of the other industry headlines just ahead here. Hey, let's get to the calls this Friday morning. Yeah, you thought I was going to be off tonight,
Your Honor.
huh? Morning, what's going on?
Yeah, I thought you were all set up to be off for Good Friday and celebrating and all that stuff, drinking all them Blatz beers that got hand-delivered down to you personally from the Big Moose. And how many have you had tonight? Are you all primed, or are we going to have a good show?
No, I found out plenty early enough in the day. I slept like usual. It's been just a normal day at the hacienda here.
All right. So are we going to get some PTO time for working on the holiday, or how's all this going to work?
See, Josh, the tech guy, he's out. I don't know. You just had the baby a few days ago, remember? So he's out till like the 25th. So yeah, they needed some time to get something loaded in, and they couldn't do it just like that today. I think we're going to be doing Sunday night into Monday morning. So I'll be off like maybe Easter Sunday night.
Okay. All right. Well, just watch out because, the big sexy is going to be calling in saying, well, you got a weekday off there during the week that you can
you
make
got
it
to
up
work
on
Saturday. You got to work Saturday morning. Yeah,
work Saturday and make up for it. Yeah. You better watch out because that's how my place is working here. We're supposed to have Friday off. They ended up having an extra load for Thursday. So I'm on holiday right now, but I don't get holiday pay because I'm doing yesterday's work. I go figure. And, at 4:00 in the afternoon, they come up with an extra load for me to do tonight so I can work on Friday but not get paid holiday. And then Saturday's a normal work day, so I got work for Saturday. And then Sunday's a holiday. And then Monday you go back normal again, but I start on Sunday night to work Monday. How does this work? I work on all these days that are holidays, but I ain't getting no holiday pay, Your Honor.
I think there's a method to their madness. They think all those things through, don't they?
Oh yeah, but I'll tell you what, all the ones sitting back there in the office, they're all getting their holiday pay, and they're not coming into the office, and only call if you have an absolute emergency and all that stuff there. So anyways, I sent you an email. I don't know if it's going to come through and work or not, but if you remember last night, I told you I tried to do that thing that Buckle Nuster told us about there on how to put your screen into the control panel and push the record button, and I recorded the Big Moose. I recorded the Big Moose doing the intro there, so give her a shot. But if that does work, at the tail end, I didn't get it stopped in time. I was busy paying attention to something other than what I was supposed to be doing, not paying attention to what I was doing. And so it goes a little long, so your other music is at the end of it already. So if you play it in, then you're going to have your other music playing while you got your other music playing. No, you don't stop it.
I'll get it fixed up. We'll get that edited. I've got to get that on the actual button here on the board here.
Yeah, but anyways, for tonight, if you can get it out of your regular email, I tried sending it to you in a text, and I can't. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to email it to your phone. I don't have. I know you can. I know you can email to a text somehow.
My email's not coming through on my phone, so it's not going to matter. I mean, I'm not seeing it on my regular email here either. So
really,
no,
okay,
not yet.
Because it Okay, well, I'll have to look at it.
Well, seeing as you're doing all this work and you're not getting any overtime pay, how about I got a side note from Tom Keller there at TNC, since they're not going to be running their regular programming like throughout the day. He said, go ahead and give away all 4 keywords on the program tonight. So how about we give away? How about the first keyword? You ready for that? We'll give you all 4 keywords during the show.
All right, we can do that. We need a drum roll?
Jot this down. Leave.
Weave, like weaving, like you
leave, like get out of here, leave.
Oh, leave.
Leave. Leave. That's keyword number 1 here on Friday for the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Go to tncradio.live. So I'm thinking I'll give a keyword. I just gave the first. We'll give one next hour, then maybe hour 4 and hour 5. We'll have a keyword almost every hour of the show tonight.
There you go. And then if you wanted to be real special at the end of the show, you'd recap all 4 of them for everybody that came in at the end.
I might just do that. There you go.
There you go. It's Good Friday, that would be a good thing to do on Good Friday. So, but other than that, the storm ended up being pretty much a big bust for us here in north central Maryland. There, we got some rain showers out of it, some sprinkles and stuff, a little bit of breeze, but watch the temperature change from about 83 to about 64 degrees there in about 2 hours, and about the only thing the rain accomplished there is I had some dust out there on the clean hood of the Peterbilt, and oh boy, those raindrops came down and they drip dropped on that dust there, and just I don't know. And poor hood looks like a leopard now out there instead of a nice smooth metallic gray.
Right.
So I figure I got to pull into one of these. I got to pull into one of these service places there, one of them fuel islands there, at a truck stop there, and get the window squeegee thing. Hopefully they got the fresh, clean washer fluid thing in the window squeegee thing there. And then I can wash the hood and get it good and clean. And when I get done with that, I'll wash the fuel tanks with it. And I get done with that, I'll wash the wheels. And that's what you're supposed to do with that squeegee there, with all that window cleaning stuff in it, right? Get down there, and then you get done with that, you can go back and go underneath, start doing like the drive shaft and all the, the brake components, and get around there where all that heavy grease is. Maybe I'll wash the fifth wheel with that brush too there. What do you think? And then next guy gets it, puts it on his windshield. How about that?
There you go.
I tell you. But anyways, no, other than that, everything's kind of quiet there. But that Marilyn Mosby, she was on TV. She's saying she's innocent and everybody's out to get her. And she tried to get the whole trial thing, get it all dropped. And judge said, nope, you're still going to court. You're still going to court. I think it's September is her court date, but she's in the race. She's in the race for city state's attorney there for the city of Baltimore. And get this, Your Honor, get this. The mayor of Baltimore and the police chief of Baltimore have come up with a way to have a citizen patrol unit of some nature, but they're not going to do police type duty, but they're going to do like the low level crimes and, the little things and the chasing up the paperwork and all the stuff that police officers don't have time to do. But the city state's attorney said she's not going to prosecute any low level crimes. So they want to hire 35 people to do this job, and the starting pay is going to be a minimum of $49,000. Now, there's going to be some Indians, and then there's going to be some chiefs. And the chiefs aren't going to get $49,000. They're going to get more than that. But if everybody did get just call it $50,000. What's $50,000 times 35 employees? Do these people just have money just to work? They're just throwing this money around all over the place that they think that do they have a printing press down there in the bottom of City Hall? How's this working, Your Honor?
In other words, somebody's going to be getting some. This is where you divvy out. Yeah, hey, you want a gravy position, $50,000 a year. Yeah, you can You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, right? Everybody just, hey, some free, there's money to throw around everywhere. That's what they're looking at. Hey, I got to get a quick time out. But well, thank you for the call, Horse Feathers. Have a great Good Friday, and we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm thinking this could be pretty big news for the industry. A bipartisan bill backed by the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which would reverse this long-standing law that prevents truck drivers from receiving overtime pay. Representative Andy Levin of Michigan this past day introduced the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act. Now, this would repeal the motor carrier overtime exemption in the Fair Labor Standards Act. This simply would amend the Fair Labor Standards Act to remove the exemption. Aims to ensure that truck drivers are fairly compensated for all the hours they work. How big is that? Levin issued a news release, says while fixing the discrepancy in existing law is long overdue in its own right, to bring us one step closer to truly fair labor standards for truck drivers, my bill also highlights that we're at a crucial moment for the industry at large. Truck drivers around the country facing brutal working conditions, inadequate pay, long hours. Despite their tireless work, truck drivers do not receive overtime pay for overtime hours. As a result, the trucking industry faces an extremely high turnover rate as drivers can't keep up with the thankless demands for their work. We all stand to benefit when truckers are paid what they're owed. Now, OIDA, which advocated for the bill, said the original design of the exemption that was passed in the 1930s was to prevent truck drivers from working too many hours. The reality is that this outdated law prevents truckers from receiving fair compensation. We know for too long, too many people in the supply chain have placed little or no value on the driver's time. This is partly because of the FLSA overtime exemption. Now, requiring overtime for truckers will force shippers and receivers to move freight in an expedited fashion or compensate the drivers for the time they're stuck at said facility. Those shippers, receivers, and carriers have never been forced to account for all the hours they keep those drivers waiting, since it cost them nothing. By repealing the FLSA exemption, this bill will help make sure the drivers are compensated for all the hours they work. We thank Representative Levin for finally standing up for truckers on this issue. Right now, the bill looks like 1 Republican co-sponsor and 6 Democrat co-sponsors, but it was just introduced. What do you think? Positive news? Yeah, how many hours does the average diver sacrifice uncompensated on any given week? It's pretty significant. All right, Casey's on the line. Morning, Casey. What's happening this Good Friday?
Hey, Steve, I'm glad you mentioned it's Good Friday because, I think so many of us do have a lot to be thankful for. And, you look at the meaning of today and this season and the fact that, we all have forgiveness and salvation because of things that went on all those years ago. And we all have a lot to be thankful for. And I do have a question. I called you just for the first time. I was a first-time caller a couple weeks ago. I mentioned about me having brain surgery in the last couple of weeks, and I'm leaving rehab hospital to go back home tomorrow. So that'll be my first time home in about 3.5, 4 weeks. And, personally, I got a lot to be thankful for, too, because when I was having the brain surgery, first, I'm glad I got to the hospital in time. And it seems that everything has come back slowly, and the doctors say I'm lucky, I'm much faster. But I do have a question. Since I was a first-time caller a couple weeks ago, I asked you to pass my code to the next guy, which I think he did. But I was talking to my brother yesterday. Him and his wife came to visit me here at rehab. And my brother does have a Cummins diesel truck. And I said, well, I wish I'd got the code for you then. Because he does use Hot Shot Secret for his, I tried to tell him about the Diesel Extreme,
Yeah.
And so I wish I'd gotten my code for you. So do they text the code? Would they text that to my phone number?
Yes, sir. And I just took your number down here, Casey, and I'll be happy to handle that for you.
Well, I do appreciate it because I tell you what, this show, even though I'm not a truck driver, I was one of the people that drove into work early mornings, and I'd usually catch the last hour of your show and listen to that while I was driving from, down close to Maysville, Kentucky, all the way back up to Florence, Kentucky here every morning to go to work. And, it's not just truck drivers that benefit from your show. And even now, laying here in the hospital, I have Mark Levin on 55 KRC, and then at midnight, I don't have the automation working here. I have to get up and manually change the station on my phone to get over to your thing. But it's such a blessing to have you on the air at night and the internet radio and all that. It's just, it's good for so many people. It really is. And I'm glad you're out there. And I can't thank Chris enough for doing what they did, getting you, first of all, back among the working people and employed. And, I hope it's been a blessing to you. And
Absolutely.
I hope it's
yes.
Chris.
I can't tell you. I can't express how blessed I feel every night when I get to come in here and.
That really hurt the rest of us what the other station did. And the fact that, we're supposed to be a country that believes in individual rights and we're allowed to have our own opinion. And then here, to lose your employment because of what they say you believe in is the big station that you left doesn't deserve to have what they have. And I'm sure, the other company that sponsored you and all that, I feel sorry that they lost your endorsements and everything, but they kind of did this to themselves,
Yeah, it's just, I feel bad for them as well. But, I guess you say business is business.
And a little bit. Ed was fun.
Yeah.
But, you guys have more than filled in, and there's no longer a hole in my heart because you guys are back on the radio. And I hope you enjoy your time off. So I'm glad you mentioned that I'll know over the weekend. I guess that'll be, to me, it's Monday morning, or, that's going to probably be a replay show, and then you'll be back live Tuesday.
Monday night. Yep, Monday night, Tuesday morning, correct.
Monday night.
Yep.
The way you describe it, to me, it's Tuesday morning, but it'll be Monday night.
Yep.
Okay. Well, again, thanks so much. And if you got my number and he texts that, I'll make sure my brother gets that for his next order because, I'm glad he's got the truck, but I wouldn't want to be the guy buying the gas to put in it right now.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much for listening in, Casey. And just watch your text. I've got you, and I had one other from last evening. I need to also send that message. You got to get a code too. So we'll take care of that. Have a great night, and best wishes on a speedy recovery there. All right. I'm glad things went well with the surgery and all.
All the listeners.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got this family out here supporting each other, and it warms my heart. It makes me feel good.
Happy Easter. Thank you much there, Casey. All right, we've got news break just ahead. Hey, yesterday, Love's Travel Stops opened a new locations in Seneca County, New York. 11,000 square foot store in Waterloo. So you've got a Subway that'll be opening on Monday, actually. And the Wendy's actually opened yesterday. 78 truck parking spaces, 8 diesel bays. You got your showers, laundry facilities. Speedco will be opening later there in New York. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Ukraine is claiming it sank a key Russian warship in a missile attack. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby said the Pentagon can't confirm it.
We certainly recognize that the ship suffered a blow, an explosion, which led to a significant fire on board, and that it caused them to evacuate some of their sailors, if not all of their sailors.
Russian media is claiming that a mysterious fire on board caused the incident and that the ship sank while it was being towed back to port. Frank James, the man arrested for shooting 10 people on a Brooklyn subway train last Tuesday, will stay in federal custody after a short court appearance. James did not enter a plea and was ordered held on a permanent order of detention. Federal prosecutors wanted James to stay in jail pending trial, according to a letter to Judge Roanne Mann. This is USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside a Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
There's a brand new law banning abortions in Florida.
Republican Governor Ron DeSantis on Thursday signed into law a bill that bans all abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The legislation allows abortions past 15 weeks in cases of medical emergency or if there's a fatal fetal abnormality. In such cases, abortions must be reported to the state along with information on why the procedure was provided.
The Republican National Committee voted unanimously to not participate in any future presidential debates hosted by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The RNC accused the commission of bias, saying in a statement that it would look elsewhere for debate platforms in future elections. They say the vote was the result of a year-long process, and all party presidential candidates will be required to sign a document ensuring they will only appear at party-sanctioned primary and general election debates. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
A congressman in New York is speaking out against the CDC removing Title 42 from the border.
The CDC recently announced there is no need for the Title 42 pandemic authority invoked by former President Donald Trump, which keeps some illegal immigrants from claiming asylum over public health concerns. Republicans and some Democrats are calling on the Biden administration to leave Title 42 in place. New York Republican Congressman Claudia Tinney says that based on her experience visiting the border, Title 42 should be left in place to protect Americans' health.
They had diseases like lice, which was prevalent, measles, mumps. Elderly people in some cases had tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS was also present at the border. All kinds of diseases there. It's not just COVID-19.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A former marriage counselor for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard said the actors engaged in mutual abuse in a taped deposition that was played in a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom as part of a defamation trial. Dr. Laurel Anderson was the couple's counselor in 2015. Johnny Depp is seeking $50 million from Heard in the defamation trial, a response to her 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post in which she said she was a victim of domestic violence. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Friday, TGIF. Good Friday, no less. Yeah, on the wintry side of our big cross-country storm this week, which actually left several feet of snow in some areas, the travel problems persist and will continue even through the day today, Friday. Multiple highway closures still in place. After the record-breaking blizzard, North Dakota was hammered. More than 2 feet of snow across western and central North Dakota. The inclement weather and the poor driving conditions are not over yet. Winds going to be continuing to blow through the area. So we'll continue to see poor driving conditions as the freshly fallen snow is whipped back up again, reducing visibility. Again, there's no longer blizzard warnings, but winter weather advisories today. As the snow declines, the wind has been the big challenge and continues today. The crews are out. We appreciate your patience while we work against it to get the roads cleared, says the North Dakota Department of Transportation. Oversized travel not looking good. Now, that was for yesterday. Let's give the plow drivers space to get their work done. We hope to see a much cleaner map on Friday. Now, as of Thursday, I-94 was still closed from Jamestown to the Montana border. Highway 2 was closed for about 240 miles from Devil's Lake to Williston. Highway 83 was shut down as well from north of Minot to Bismarck. They do say it was the strongest blizzard in the area since 1997. Buried in North Dakota. And back to our calls here this Friday morning. What do you say, Knucklebuster? Good Friday. Hi there.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. They better have some of that hot shot secret anti-gel in that fuel up there and up there where all that snow is at there, right?
Right.
Yep. So anyway, my daddy always told me that me and my big mouth would keep me in a lot of trouble, and it has throughout the years. Believe me, and I appreciate you being a good friend and accepting my apology there.
I got that email. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? I just talked to him after the show.
Well, I didn't think about, I was complaining about that commercial, and I thought, well, that little voice in my head said, well, maybe Steve's the one that done that babbling baby. I better apologize for it.
No. If I tried my best, I couldn't even begin to get close to doing that.
I do a good impersonation of Joe Biden. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. But I would never be able to impersonate Big Moose there, so I'm not even going to bother trying to sing his song there. So, Good Friday is a celebration. Well, it's not a celebration. It's just a remembrance of the Jesus Christ being crucified. The Passover is a celebration of being freed from Egypt, from slavery. So it just so happens that this year they're coinciding on the same day there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not the same thing. A receipt for invisible artwork. I don't even know what the hell invisible artwork is. It was auctioned. Just the receipt went for $1.2 million. See? Now, somebody ain't got a whole lot of smarts there, right? Pay $1.2 million for a receipt.
Well, I mean,
probably paid for it with
the invisible artwork. I'm assuming you just use your imagination to see it. Is that what?
I don't know. I couldn't even see the picture of the original artwork. I don't know. That's pretty dumb. They had a wallaby escape the Memphis Zoo during all them storms we had this year. So I live just south of Memphis down there in Mississippi. So am I going to have something sneak up on me in the backyard and want to box me? Isn't that what them kangaroo wallaby things do? I guess that's what they do.
Right.
Yeah. And remember them bracelets they used to have, what would Jesus do?
Yes, absolutely.
WWJD.
Uh-huh.
Well, Steve, I read today that turning over tables and chasing you with a whip is in the realm of possibility. You might be chasing me there. Anyway, this is only in Mississippi. And they had a policeman down there in Mississippi. He was working on a suspended driver's license because he got caught driving while intoxicated. So they took his license away. And I'm just wondering how that's going to affect all the tickets that he wrote. Because he was writing people tickets for DWI and speeding and all that stuff, but he didn't have a legal license in his back pocket either. So we'll see how all that turns out. And, there's a bunch of backstabbing going on over at Twitter. I'd like to be sitting on the sideline and watching all that stuff transpire, right?
They are in absolute panic zone, yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. Well, I got this big bull hauler. He just passed me there. I guess he's going to tow my truck a little while there. He's really not a bull hauler. He's an animal hauler. He got cows or pigs in the back, horses under the hood, a bird dog on the dash, and a jackass in behind the wheels. That's all of my baloney for today. We'll call you later on, Mr. Steve.
All right, and good to hear from you. Have a great Easter weekend. There you go. So right on schedule, bus number 2, second bus carrying illegals from Texas to D.C. arrived about 4:30 in the morning. So while we were talking about that, right about that time yesterday morning, I was saying, that bus may arrive on Thursday. Indeed, it did. Footage captured by Fox News about 28 hours after the first bus. Second bus stopped on 1st Street, 1 block from Union Station, letting the passengers off. U.S. Capitol Police officers asking questions of the immigrants who were allowed to walk to Union Station several minutes later. It's still unclear which authorities have been processing these illegals when they arrive in D.C., although the nonprofit Catholic Charities has been providing them with food and bus tickets after they've been processed. Department of Homeland Security spokesman tells the Times in an email that illegals who are not subject to Title 42 are placed into immigration enforcement proceedings. Some of them may be designated for quick removal. Others may be released with a notice to appear in court at a future date. But those who are given those notices can travel freely throughout the country. Now, the immigrants, of course, those that are going to D.C. have to volunteer. They have to choose to take the transportation offered there in Texas. One of the immigrants from Venezuela said that he was robbed by the cartels and Mexican police officers before crossing into the United States. When we got to Texas, we had nothing because they had taken everything. We heard there was help in a bus to Washington, and there would be someone to facilitate travel because in Texas there is no help, he said. Jen Psaki, press secretary, tells reporters hours after the first bus arrived, she said, "It's nice the state of Texas is helping them get to their final destination as they await the outcome of their immigration proceedings." No indication that White House officials have met with any of the immigrants, many of whom plan to travel from Washington, D.C., obviously to other parts of the country. Haven't seen any word as if another bus may be arriving later today. But so obviously, D.C., the administration is trying to downplay it. I mean, actually making light of it. Oh, it's nice of Governor Abbott to help them reach their final destination. Isn't that sweet? It is 844-844-3388. Back into here this Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Hey, let's get right back to the calls this Friday morning. See what's going on with the... Hey there, it's just the Rubber Duck.
Hey, Steve. How you doing, Steve? Sorry about that. Had you guys on speakerphone.
Yeah, what's happening, Rubber Duck?
Happy Easter, guys.
Right back at
Remember when we would shut down for Good Friday and the Saturday and then Easter and everything, but now it's just unfortunate our economy is just, it depends on us. We have to move.
Yeah.
All of us. Even the car business. I've got so many Easter eggs in the basement. We're gonna keep moving. The one reason I called was about with the Elon Musk and getting and buying Twitter and everything. Have you noticed that the YouTube chat kind of went off the rails earlier, and there seemed like a whole bunch of stuff was getting deleted right after it got posted? Is that monitored by an algorithm, or is that something that could get you in trouble if we had undesirable people come in and posting things that didn't belong with the program?
I actually have the ability to block individuals, and there was one individual that I did click on. If you want to sit there and moan and bitch about the program, and guess you know who I'm talking about.
I think so, because I think, yeah, okay, we're good. I just want to make sure I was still in good graces, and I had never stepped my bounds because told somebody that he needed to go back in his basement.
For those that were on YouTube, was sitting there. Oh, this is boring. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Is that all you guys do? Talk about the weather, blah blah blah. You're like, well, go somewhere else, man. I see. Yeah, it's a trucking program, and no, we don't just talk about weather and trucking. We start the program with national weather. We talk about whatever the hell's going on in the country. So,
well, here's one for him as he thinks, as he sits. I was tossing and turning last night with the weather and everything, with the rain coming through, and God bless everybody that snowed in. And then today was the worst winds that I have ever experienced in my life as a car hauler, going around the bottom of Lake Michigan up into Milwaukee. I mean, even walking the auction, it was trying to blow me backwards. And how's our Mexican brothers doing down there? Has anything made it across the border on a truck, or are they having to redivert everything to the rails? Because Kroger yesterday, not Thursday, but Wednesday when I went shopping, the meat department was closed. The lockers were all cleaned completely out. The already processed packaged meat was slim to none, unless you were going to buy $100 ribeye prime rib roast, to throw in the oven. Our food supply, and even just our little town, our little store, our Kroger, It's sad. I came home with 2 packs of hot dogs and macaroni and cheese and chili, and made chili dogs, and that was dinner. That's not a healthy dinner. That's not what we go to the grocery store for.
Yeah, well, I guess you beggars can't be choosers. I know the picking's got to be slim. They've been telling us for several days that produce departments may be bare of some products here Easter weekend.
But even the meat departments are, I don't know if it was just ours. It seems to have been about five or six times since about July of 21 that our meat department gets locked down. And I'm not sure if it's just a lack of staffing or if there's a deep cleaning going in. Sometimes there has been a third party and they're deep cleaning the meat department.
Right.
Which props off to Kroger, because so far so good. We've been all good to them, and I don't mean to just keep bringing up one brand, but I literally have 3 grocery stores: one locally owned store, the K brand, and the Big W. That's our choices in our town.
Mm-hmm.
And the bigger one had a huge warehouse fire, so we can't find nothing there. But
I was thinking about that the other day. I hadn't really heard after the Walmart distribution center there in Indiana. I hadn't heard any updates. Because that warehouse supplied a lot of regional stores there, so obviously they're having to rely on other distribution centers. It's just kind of wondering if there are stores that are running low on a lot of.
Friend Hall's out of there, and he said they have another warehouse down the road, and it really he didn't think it had been disrupted as much. But going to the store, paper products are dwindling at that store, just general merchandise. Now we were unpacking the toys and getting everything ready for the springtime. We have kayaks and we have new fishing poles and everything, but staples, no, your staples are few and far between. And I hope everybody's gets stocked up. It's don't want to be the preacher of doom and gloom. I want to be the happy guy. That makes everybody think the good things. But let's not run out of nothing and go hungry. Let's everybody help each other and do what we need to do.
All right, well, I do have an update on our southern border, the protest rubber duck, so I'll get to that here. And, hey, great to hear from you. Have a wonderful Easter weekend. Yeah, the freight continues to move. Technically, there was a lot of disrupted freight, obviously, with our blockbuster storm. I mean, you look at areas from Montana to Wyoming to North Dakota, South Dakota. Yeah, there's hundreds of trucks that were stranded for several days there, unable to move. So you just couple that with the already constrained supplies, the bottlenecks with the supply chain around the country. Bloomberg this past day, reporting grocery stores in some parts of the U.S. are expected to start running out of certain perishable goods as soon as this weekend, due to the Mexican truck blockade that has stranded millions of dollars worth of fresh produce. Roughly $150 million worth of fruit and vegetables are stalled south of the border among the protest. Now, the blockade, entering its 4th day this past day, is impeding delivery of things like avocados, limes, tomatoes, cucumbers, mangoes. Going into the Easter weekend, consumers are going to see store shelves devoid of some items. The first impacts probably will be seen in the Midwest and along the East Coast, he says, although commercial traffic has resumed at the initial blockade site. Local media reports that truckers are shifting their focus to other crossing sites. Now, some retailers, particularly those in the grocery industry, have experienced supply chain delays resulting from, first, the extended wait times along the border, A little more than a week ago, Governor Abbott, of course, ordered state troopers to begin inspecting northbound Mexican commercial trucks to bolster safety. Although 25% of inspected vehicles were taken off the road with things like bad brakes and other defects, the reaction from business interests and even politicians on both sides of the border has been fierce. The agriculture commissioner there in Texas was among the first to sound the alarm. Earlier this week, he said, this is going to trigger food shortages. And it's going to push the price of avocados to $5 a piece. Uh-oh. I'm glad I'm not a fan of avocados. All right. Meanwhile, temperatures along the border have been close to 100 degrees, so it's very difficult for refrigerated trucks to keep fresh produce cool enough to avoid spoilage. Of course, on Wednesday, Abbott said he's looking to replicate the agreements that he had with Nuevo Leon, with some of the other Mexican state governors. So Nuevo Leon is supposed to be back up and running, but McCord with the Retailers Association said we're seeing signs of a more normalized delivery schedule after the agreement reached between Governor Abbott and Garcia on Wednesday of this week. But agricultural goods, vital to the Texas agriculture industry and the supply chain as a whole. So we'll see where things go. Again, we may specifically, I guess that's the primary products coming out of Mexico right now. Tomatoes, avocados, cucumbers. All right, with that, we're up to a bottom of the hour. We'll get our news break in here, then get back to your calls here on a Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388. Glad to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Frank James, the man arrested for shooting 10 people on a Brooklyn subway train last Tuesday, will stay in federal custody after a short court appearance. James did not enter a plea and was ordered held on a permanent order of detention. Federal prosecutors wanted James to stay in jail pending trial, according to a letter to Judge Roanne Mann. Ukraine is claiming it sank a key Russian warship in a missile attack. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby.
We certainly recognize that the ship suffered a blow, an explosion, which led to a significant fire on board, and that it caused them to evacuate some of their sailors, if not all of their sailors.
Russian media is claiming that a mysterious fire on board caused the incident and that the ship sank while it was being towed back to port. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I guess we got a little bit of an update on the big container ship that's been stuck in the Chesapeake Bay. It's nearly a month. Horse Feathers been talking about this off and on. They've tried and tried. I don't know how they're going to get this thing out. The subject during the Board of Public Works meeting was wetlands licenses. But the one thing everybody was thinking about was the boat. The enormous container ship stuck in the Chesapeake Bay, a big-time headache for the Coast Guard, as well as the Port of Baltimore and the Department of the Environment. It's become a concern for the governor and the comptroller and the state's treasurer. The update says, we remain concerned about the ongoing salvage effort. Each day that goes by increases the potential for a hull breach. Disruptions to the critical port of Baltimore. Were the hull to breach, we'd be talking about a ecological, reputational, and economic risks to Maryland. The ship, owned by Taiwan-based shipping company Evergreen Marine, departed Baltimore a little after 10:30 in the evening, all the way back on March 13th. It's been just over a month now. Steered outside the Craig Hill Channel, becoming lodged on the bottom just off the shores of Pasadena. Now, by the time it is freed, when that's going to happen, we don't know. It's been over a month already. But here's what kind of blew my mind. The enormity of the situation. This is a very large ship, and it is very stuck. The ship is 42 feet deep, and it's in 24 feet of water. So that means about 20 feet is buried in the mud. Rescue efforts coordinated by the U.S. Coast Guard with support from state agencies, plans to free the ship were put in place right after it ran aground, but initially they were doing dredging, trying to clear away the mud from around the hull and then using towboats to pull the ship out. The first attempts failed. Dredging continued to the depth of 43 feet, along with an additional tow. None of it worked. Dredging was then halted on April the 5th. It's just stuck there. The mud, the sand dredged from around the boat was taken to Poplar Island. Now, with all the attempts to free the vessel unsuccessful so far, Coast Guard officials are going to have to decide what to do next. As Horse Feathers had mentioned, they're talking about, first of all, maybe removing cargo containers to lighten the load. Those containers would be returned to the marine terminal in the port of Baltimore. Now, that's supposed to have been ongoing throughout this past week. It's supposed to be wrapping things up, a matter of fact, today, as far as removing the containers. But they've cleared the way for a new effort by declaring general average on the vessel by making that declaration, a principle of maritime law. All parties with an interest in the ship and the cargo will share financial responsibility to solve the predicament, they say. If that story sounds familiar, it's because Everforward is actually the sister ship of the Ever Given that got stuck in the Suez Canal in March of last year. But either way, the longer the ship sits, the more environmental concerns rise as they try to prevent any negative impacts by the ship's grounding. They've got a 500-yard safety zone established around the ship. Monitoring for any signs of pollution is the top priority. I don't know, pretty bizarre. This kind of ship is not designed to be sitting on the bottom, they say. It is designed to be floating. So we are very concerned until it's freed. We're not sure, we're not even sure at this point that no spills have occurred. Never forward. That's what someone suggested. I said, I'm going to climb on the side of this ship and paint the N on it. Rather than being the ever forward, it's going to be the never forward. And Joe said, they have been unloading the containers this week. All right, so maybe they'll be making efforts over the Easter weekend to try to get this thing to budge. And let's get back to the calls here. Is that Gilligan by chance?
No, this is Eagle.
Eagle, okay. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hold on for a minute. Let me switch this thing off of Wi-Fi right quick. Signal ain't too good. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me better now?
You're fine, Eagle. Yeah, what's happening this morning?
Okay, yeah. Before I get to the situation with the border, Steve, I don't know if you talked about this because I missed the first part of your show. We had another, things have been pretty quiet for the last year or so, maybe a year and a half since the George Floyd killing. Okay, well, a couple of days ago in Grand Rapids, Michigan, I don't know when this took place, but they had another police-involved shooting of a black man. Okay, now, we've gone over this before, Steve, with a lot of other cases, but you can check it out during your break. Okay, now we got another guy who gets pulled over by the police, and automatically he jumps out of the car and starts an altercation with the police officer, then starts running. Why he's running, I don't know. He's the only one that knows, and he's dead now. So we'll never know why he was running. But the guy gets out of the vehicle, takes off running. Police officer gets into a foot chase, tackles the man. They get into an altercation, fighting on the ground. Police officer gets on top of the man, back, and they scuffle still ensues. And next thing you know, the officer's gun goes off and shoots the man in the back of the head. Black man in the back. Okay, this man is dead now. Now, they were protesting yesterday in Grand Rapids, Michigan last night. People are unhappy. They saying the officer didn't have to do what he did. But like I said before, like I've told you so many times before, Steve, and you have people that are involved in it, law enforcement. If you're running from a police officer, what is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to just get back in his patrol car and head on over to the next car and let you go home, make your way, go ahead and do what the hell you got to do, and let you go ahead and leave? The police officer is not going to do that. Mm-hmm. So if you're running from a police officer, obviously you have something to hide. You've done something wrong, and you're only inviting trouble when you do this, Steve. So like I said, the result is always going to turn out bad for the individual that's running from the law. There's only two things that can happen to you when you run from the law. There's only two things that's going to happen. You're going to end up in jail behind bars, or you're going to end up in hell, or you're going to end up in a coffin. Simple as that. Those are your two options when you decide to run from a cop. Enough said about that. And hopefully people are listening out there when it comes to the altercations with the law. You only have two options at that point. Now, let's move on to the southern border, Steve. Now, we got busloads. They say another busload of illegals was transported to Washington, D.C. today. Yes, and Joe Biden does absolutely nothing. Like I've been telling you, Steve, I've never seen a man he's basically turning his back on his country as far as I'm concerned, Steve. There's no reason why Joe Biden or somebody that represents Joe Biden cannot go down to the southern border and try to help out Greg Abbott and help these governors of Arizona, California, New Mexico to try to figure out how the hell they're going to stop these people from bum rushing the U.S. border, brother, with this Title 42 expires next month. I've never in my life, Steve, have I seen a situation like this. Donald Trump, he said that when he was in the White House, a country with you don't have a country if you don't have any borders. And right now, come next month, Steve, like I told you last week, the United States, we will no longer have a southern border. Come next month, the border individuals will be free to come in at will. No telling what I just heard another report tonight, Steve. They're saying that not only do we have to worry about the coronavirus that these people might be carrying, they're saying that some of these people have tuberculosis, some of these people have smallpox, diseases that we have eradicated, Steve, that we are going to be dealing with again in the United States of America because Joe Biden refuses to do his job. It's really sickening, Steve, what's happening, what's going on. How can he just release these people, Steve, with a deadly virus going on? The United States has done a pretty good job of trying to eradicate this last COVID virus, and we just getting back on our feet again. And now he's about to open the border wide open to people, to God knows what. So it's really a bad situation that we got. And like I said, Joe Biden, he's more concerned with other things at this point. I don't know why he's not concerned with that. But like I said, I'll update you next week. But I wanted to say one quick thing about Russia right quick, Steve. I don't know if you reported on this. They claim that the Ukrainian government sank one of their missiles, hit a Russian warship, and it's supposedly sank today. Now Ukraine, these people are happy about the success they had. But what this means, this could be bad news for everybody involved, because right now Vladimir Putin is a very desperate man. The overhaul of Kiev didn't take place. He thought that was going to be a walkover, and that turned out to be a slap in his face. And now he had one of his warships sink to the bottom of the ocean. That makes Vladimir Putin a very dangerous man, Steve. He could result into using chemical weapons or some other form of weapons to make a point, because this man has been embarrassed twice already, and I'm pretty sure that he's not happy about it. So when you got a man that's been embarrassed like that, that makes a very dangerous person. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, have a great Easter weekend. Thank you for checking in. Yep, about 12 before the hour. It's correct. Russia made it sound like there was a munitions explosion on the ship, that they were not hit by Ukraine fire. So Russia's kind of trying to downplay the fact, but yes, it was heavily damaged in an explosion on Wednesday. Yesterday, it has sunk. The Slava-class guided missile cruiser has sunk, reported by the Russian state-run TASS news agency. Let's see, during the towing of the cruiser to the destination port, the ship lost stability due to hull damage that was sustained during the detonation of ammunition because of a fire. See, they're saying it was a fire aboard the ship, that they were not sunk by Ukraine. Amid the heavy storm, the ship sank, says the Russian military. Now, this is a pretty significant announcement. Russia's been reluctant to provide any sort of assessments of their losses. Back on March 25th, the Russian military said about 1,351 of their troops had been killed in over a month of fighting. Now, other reports, like from Ukraine and whatnot, said it's many thousands more than that. Early reports had indicated the warship may have been the same Russian warship involved in the infamous Snake Island standoff back in late February, where Ukrainian defenders on the island refused the warship's call to surrender and rather told the warship to go F yourself. All right, during the official background briefing yesterday, U.S. defense officials assessed that the Moskva was still afloat but heavily damaged. Our assessment is the crew still appears to be battling a fire on board. We do not know the extent of damage. We don't know anything about casualties, and we cannot definitively say at this point what caused the damage. With that, we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, lest I forget, we're heading down the home stretch for hour number 2 here. Well, here you go. It's your chance. Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. We have another hourly code this morning. I get to give away all 4 keywords this Good Friday morning. So here's our keyword for hour number 2. Coin. Like as in money, change, coin, C-O-I-N. Go to tncradio.live on the web or the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, coin, and you're set. Entered into our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. That's our second keyword this morning. We'll have the additional 2 of today's 4 keywords between now and 5 a.m. Eastern Time. There you go. What do you say, Big Sexy?
I thought you wasn't going to be here today, Steve.
Well, I thought the same about 5 o'clock this past morning, but they didn't have time to get a best of ready.
Okay, well, I know you waited the last hour last night to tell us.
That's because I wasn't
I can't
actually.
get to work Saturdays. You wanted Friday off too. You know?
I wasn't certain if I was actually going to be off. That's why I said I think I'm supposed to be off, but I'm not sure what we've got worked out. So I had to get a hold of Chad this past morning. He got a hold of Josh, and Josh said, "Tell you what, I need more than just a few hours to try to get something input." So here we are, live on a Friday morning.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. You know, can't get to work Saturday. Can't even get to work Fridays now, you know. But I had to give you a hard time about it.
Of course, yes, I understand. You always do. Never leave an opportunity pass.
Well, at least the weather's better tonight.
It's about the quietest night we've had all week long, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've got 56 degrees and I don't think there's a cloud in the sky. So, but it's supposed to be changing later today. You know, by this time tomorrow night, I'll be fighting rain and thunderstorms again.
Oh, yeah?
So, what they're saying, I don't think it's supposed to get real bad. I think it's like a marginal risk, you know.
Okay.
Not like a level 1 or 2, you know. But they did rule today, or did say today that we did have at least one tornado near one of the towns I go to. They think it was an EF0. They'll be back out tomorrow to confirm what the strength was. And all that in the track and all that on it. So, and they've still got a couple more. They got to decide whether they were tornadoes or not, you know, from the warnings.
No, you had the one woman that was killed. I don't know. I don't think that wasn't a tornado, just straight line winds that brought that tree down onto her trailer.
Yeah, that was over in I think in the western part of the state, wasn't it? Or it wasn't my part of the state.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it was in Rising. I don't remember exactly where Rising's at. I'm not sure. I know it's not northeast Arkansas.
But yeah, the tree fell across the trailer and she was in it. We didn't have any damage like that here. Like I was telling you last night, the painted house in the John Grisham book at the Panto, they said the back wall was blown out. I saw when I went by there last night, the back wall is there. The roof is tore off and part of the wall up near the top of it is damaged. But more than likely, they're talking to the person that does some of the tours there, and they have quite a bit of them. Said that they probably got a bunch of stuff inside to soak them wet. They'll get there today or yesterday. We'll find out what they come up with, whether the stuff inside was damaged or not from water. But that's basically all I got. I just wanted to give you a hard time about saying yesterday you're going to be off and then you're there tonight.
Here we are. Is it live or is it Memorex?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I had to tune in to see whether you was live or not. But you have a good one, and I'm going to back out of here. If I think of anything, I'll holler at you again probably that latest time.
All right. Have a good morning there, Big Sexy. Hey, we talk about the southern border, the influx, the amount of drugs that continues to pour across our southern border. Pennsylvania State Police issued a statement this past day. Yeah, they say they're cracking down on drugs, seizing more than $23 million in illegal drugs in the first quarter of this year. That's Pennsylvania alone. State police announcing this past day, troopers have confiscated $23,160,000 and some change worth of cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, and other substances during the quarter. I mean, those are big numbers, people. I mean, again, thinking it's just Pennsylvania alone. Of that total, more than 3.7 million was in cocaine and nearly 3 million was in the form of narcotic pills. Nearly 900 pounds of prescription medicine as part of their drug take-back program. They did actually give a breakdown, drug by drug of what they had seized. But with that, we're up to News Update.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Ukraine is claiming it sank a key Russian warship in a missile attack. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby said the Pentagon can't confirm it.
We certainly recognize that the ship suffered a blow, an explosion, which led to a significant fire on board, and that it caused them to evacuate some of their sailors, if not all their sailors.
Russian media is claiming that a mysterious fire on board caused the incident and that the ship sank while it was being towed back to port. Frank James, the man arrested for shooting 10 people on a Brooklyn subway train last Tuesday, will stay in federal custody after a short court appearance. James did not enter a plea and was ordered held on a permanent order of detention. Federal prosecutors wanted James to stay in jail pending trial, according to a letter to Judge Roanne Mann. This is USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside a Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
There's a brand new law banning abortions in Florida.
Republican Governor Ron DeSantis on Thursday signed into law a bill that bans all abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The legislation allows abortions past 15 weeks in cases of medical emergency or if there's a fatal fetal abnormality. In such cases, abortions must be reported to the state along with information on why the procedure was provided.
The Republican National Committee voted unanimously to not participate in any future presidential debates hosted by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The RNC accused the commission of bias, saying in a statement that it would look elsewhere for debate platforms in future elections. They say the vote was the result of a year-long process, and all party presidential candidates will be required to sign a document ensuring they will only appear at party-sanctioned primary and general election debates. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
A congressman in New York is speaking out against the CDC removing Title 42 from the border.
The CDC recently announced there is no need for the Title 42 pandemic authority invoked by former President Donald Trump, which keeps some illegal immigrants from claiming asylum over public health concerns. Republicans and some Democrats are calling on the Biden administration to leave Title 42 in place. New York Republican Congressman Claudia Tinney says that based on her experience visiting the border, Title 42 should be left in place to protect Americans' health.
They had diseases like lice, which was prevalent, measles, mumps. Elderly people in some cases had tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS was also present at the border. All kinds of diseases there. It's not just COVID-19.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A former marriage counselor for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard said the actors engaged in mutual abuse in a taped deposition that was played in a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom as part of a defamation trial. Dr. Laurel Anderson was the couple's counselor in 2015. Johnny Depp is seeking $50 million from Heard in the defamation trial, a response to her 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post in which she said she was a victim of domestic violence. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, I listen to those news updates and I find myself scratching my head saying, what the hell? The CDC says there's no longer a need to continue the Title 42, right? Which will allow, undoubtedly, the massive influx as soon as it expires. Yet 24 hours prior, the CDC announcing that we need to keep the mask mandate in place for air travelers here in the United States. So we need the mask mandate, but we don't need Title 42. Is it just me, or is that mixed messaging from the Centers for Disease Control? Just like it's been for the last 2.5 years. These people they make no sense whatsoever. All right, get back to the calls coming up here. Knucklebuster, I heard that commercial during the USA Radio News. They run the spots for Mike Lindell. Knucklebuster the last several nights says, what the hell is a Biden pillow? A Biden pillow. That's what he's hearing in the spot. It's the body pillow, the My Body Pillow. You know, for people like me who like to have a pillow under their leg, a pillow under their arms, it's the full body pillow. He was telling me yesterday morning, it's a Biden pillow, the pillow that you sleep on, that you forget everything when you wake up, you know, like Sleepy Joe. Yeah, speaking of forgetting everything, there's another senator in the mix here. And, you know, and there's a bunch of them. How old is Nancy Pelosi now? I've lost track. I mean, she is way the hell up there. Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer. Dianne Feinstein is 88 years old. And there are even members of her party that are quite concerned. She's losing her cognitive abilities, right? When she was recently engaged in an extensive conversation, another California Democrat, they were prepared for a rigorous policy discussion like those they'd had many times in the last 15 years. But what unfolded, she said, was they had to reintroduce themselves to Dianne Feinstein multiple times over several hours. In other words, they sit behind the microphone and let me introduce to you Representative. And then an hour later, they sit down and Feinstein doesn't know who that is. Well, let me introduce you again. Rather than delve into policy, they say Feinstein repeated the same small talk questions, like asking the lawmaker what mattered to voters in their district over and over again. No apparent recognition that they had just had that conversation within the previous hour. The episode was so unnerving that the lawmaker who spoke to the Chronicle on condition that they didn't identify because of the sensitivity of the topic began raising concerns with colleagues to see if we need to have some kind of intervention to persuade her, listen, Diane, it's time to retire. Her current term runs through the end of 2024. Now, this particular conversation actually occurred several weeks before the death of her husband this past February. I've worked with her a long time and long enough to know what she was like just a few years ago. She was in command. She was in charge. She was on top of the details. She couldn't resist a conversation where she was driving some bill or driving some idea. That is gone. She was an intellectual, a political force not that long ago. And that's why this particular encounter was so jarring. I mean, there's no trace of that. Now, they did say the memory lapses aren't necessarily consistent. Maybe on one day she could be sharp as a tack, and then the next day she doesn't even recognize some of her colleagues. Several have suggested when we reach a certain age, what was it? Was it 70, 75? I forget who. Was it Nikki Haley? Someone here a few months ago said we need legislation, something in place that everyone, senators, House members, presidents, you name it, with these issues, especially Joe Biden highlighting the loss of cognitive abilities. So just like what we have all witnessed with Joe Biden. I mean, admittedly, Joe Biden was a hell of a lot more on top of his game when he was vice president. He was still pretty damn sharp then. He didn't have to rely on the teleprompter nonstop. Well, now he can't even read from the teleprompter. And then there's, the prospect of term limits. All right, I agree with that. Heat wave, what's happening? Happy Friday. How's things been going?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Yeah, hell of a surprise. Because I was told yesterday after I got up after the show was over that you weren't going to be on, and then I get the notification that it's the 15th. And I'm thinking, oh, they must mean it's the 15th, but they're doing a replay. So I go to the Facebook, and it wouldn't load. And then I go to YouTube, and someone's complaining because, well, I've tried calling and I can't get through. And I thought, what the hey? I guess I'll call and see.
Yeah.
Hell, I got right through. So I don't know what their issue is. Maybe they don't know what the number is. So for that person that was on YouTube, it's 844-844-3388. I got on just like that. After Big Sexy was on, I came on. So I don't know what your problem is. Anyways, well, with these politicians having cognitive decline, forgetting phrases and forgetting names, hell, with my issues I've been experiencing, I guess I do qualify to be a politician. What do you think?
Well, right now, yep. In this day and age, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, Frankenstein, good Lord, can't even remember what she was told an hour ago, but she has her good days too. Well, isn't that an onset or a sign of Alzheimer's? You have your good days and your bad days, mostly bad days and good days. Yeah, if they're going to set a term limit on the presidency, then term limits need to be set on these politicians. I mean, it wasn't meant to be someone to be in there 50, as a lifetime
55 years, yeah,
thing like the judge. Good Lord. I mean, good night. Hell, we got one in there now that's just waiting to jump in the robe, and the only qualification she has is she's black and she's a woman. But she couldn't even tell you if she's a woman or not because she's not a biologist. Well, how does she know she's black? Is she a painter or someone that deals with paint colors? I mean, good night. And to be selected to be a judge. You would think that the Democrats, like Manchin and Sinema, would have had the common damn sense to say, you know what, if you don't know what you are, you don't need to be on the bench up there. But then you got 3 Republicans who don't want to be seen as racist because they were going to withhold their votes. Now, the hell kind of country is that if we're going to be living that way? I don't get it. I really don't get it. So, anyways, I got a call today from Fly Rod. It was a very, very nice call, and we talked about things. So, he's still gonna hold off, I think, till he feels a little bit more comfortable. I don't know. Someone said something that really upset him, and I told him, I says, hey, whenever you feel it's time to get back in with the group, that'd be the time to get back within the group. So, but yeah, other than that, down here in the Mojave Desert, heading back towards Albuquerque, clear night, and just comfortable out there. Looks like we got a temperature of 62. So, yeah, they had the bad weather that came about yesterday or the day before. Apparently, it came close to my parents' place there in Texas. They had a tornado rip through a little community called Zopchikville. That's 15 miles east of Temple, Texas. And Temple is located on I-35. Apparently, they had some damage, not a whole lot, but it was reported that the sausage factory out there, the what do they call that? The slaughterhouse had been destroyed, and I confirmed it with my brother that it was not. So, Green Sausage House, they still in operation. So, if you're in that neck of the woods, folks, you can still get your kolaches, your sandwiches, your hamburgers, and the famous sausage hamburger. So, I'll be looking forward to that later on in the year. And hopefully when I go there, I'll be able to pay off Gouger and the bet that I lost on the Houston A-holes in the World Series.
Whoops.
Oh, Lordy, I tell you. They are the Braves of the 90s. They win 1 and they lose 5. I don't understand that. But, and even with the cheating that, was alleged, I don't know if it actually was proven or not, but even if there was cheating, you still have to connect that bat to that ball to get it in play. So, I don't know. But anyways, well, how did your Reds do today?
You know what? I haven't even seen. I believe the Reds were on the road. They're headed out west. I think they were off today, and they're starting a West Coast series. You got the Dodgers and the Padres through the upcoming weekend.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess they're going to have some good weather. I mean, they're going to be getting some nice cool breezes off the ocean there. So, yeah, hey, why not have an Easter egg hunt there in the baseball parks on the West Coast now, huh? So, but yeah, I just as surprised as the rest of the people out there that you were actually on live instead of Memorex. So,
I just pulled it up. I guess the Reds were already out there on the West Coast. It looks like they lost to the Dodgers this past evening.
It's kind of a crying shame that me being from Texas, I ought to be looking more into the Texas Rangers and the Houston A-holes. But, I traveled through Cincinnati so much earlier in my career, I'm talking to you, I'm beginning to have an affinity for the Reds and the Bengals. Oh, dear.
Oh, boy. Yeah, the Reds are off to a 2-5 start now, so that's not a great way to start the season, if you know what I mean.
Well, it seemed like they've always been a slow start to begin with in the last decade.
Yeah, they get so far behind, and they try to make it. They start whittling away and start pulling a fight, trying to get closer and closer. But they dig themselves into such a hole so early that they just can't dig themselves back out.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about the salaries of the baseball players. You got to pay big money to get the good players. Well, these guys that are on that team, I mean, they've been playing baseball most of their lives, from Little League on up through high school and college, and I'm sure they went through the farm system. Yeah, you can buy talent, but I mean, if you can't coach talent, and get them better, then it's not a player issue. Seems like to me that'd be more of a coaching issue, a managing issue. And, I'm sorry. It's just the way it seems like to me, and I may be way off on that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you still got another 40, 50 games to go before you figure out where y'all actually stand at the end of the year. So
that's a long season. Yes, sir.
I hear you.
All right. Well,
all righty.
Thank you, Heatwave. Have a good morning. Thank you much, and have a great weekend, obviously. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Rolling up on 25 past the hour. On a Friday, Good Friday. Thanks for being with us. Someone said, I missed the keyword for hour number one. All right, well, we're going to give all four keywords here during the overnight drive this morning. Hour number one was leave. Like, get out of here. Leave. Leave. Of course, this hour's keyword was coin. COIN. We will have two more keywords. I think we're going to do hour number 4 and hour number 5. So your opportunity. Enter to win. TNCradio.live. And just enter that keyword, and each keyword entered is a separate entry. So you're going to enter 4 times per day. We're closing out here. This is Friday. We'll be closing out week number 2. We'll have 3 weeks to go. Each Monday through Friday morning of keywords. It's the Food and Drug Administration announcing this past day emergency use authorization for what is said to be the first device that can detect COVID in breath samples. The COVID-19 breathalyzer, about the size of a piece of carry-on luggage, they say. It can be used in a doctor's office, hospital, or mobile testing sites, which can provide results in less than 3 minutes, they say. But it must be carried out under the supervision of a licensed healthcare provider. So it's not like there's this home breath test. The director of the FDA's Center for Devices and Radiological Health said this is yet another example of the rapid innovation with the diagnostic tests for COVID. Now, the FDA said this device is 91% accurate in identifying positive samples and 99% accurate in identifying negative test samples. Now, they said they're planning to be able to produce about 100 of these devices per week, which can each be used to evaluate approximately 160 samples per day. If it's going to be necessary, we'll find out, I suppose. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Yes, Horse Brothers.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, Eagle there, he was talking about that shooting there, that 26-year-old that, was trying to get away from an officer. And I believe in what I saw, I believe the officer actually tried to deploy a taser to begin with, and why the two of them were so close when he was trying to deploy the taser, I don't know, but it did look like the subject he was trying to apprehend there actually got a hold of tried to get a hold of the taser. And so when the taser was discharged, it actually went into the ground and didn't meet the subject to make him incapacitated. And that's why he had to, revert to the service weapon at the end of the struggle, trying to bring the struggle to a conclusion. So anyways, that's kind of what I saw with that. And I was talking to somebody there yesterday about that never forward deal there out there in the middle of the Chesapeake.
Yes.
And, I think we came up with a solution to the problem, Your Honor, and we just had to figure out how to get the proposal to the right people. Now, we're going to need a little help because we're going to need some supplies to do this. We need a bunch of parachute cord, and then we need about 10,000 blow-up dolls. And then we need some ways to inflate the blow-up dolls. But if we go out there and we run parachute cord from both sides, one side to the other of the ship there, and we tie the equal amount of blow-up dolls on each side of the ship, and then simultaneously inflate them, and possibly instead of just using normal air, we could use helium to give it a little more lift. And, if we had some, that were a little larger in the chest there, they'd hold a little more helium than just normal, you have to, you know what I mean. So, but if we equally inflate these along the ship, wouldn't that make the ship come up a little bit, maybe? And with high tide, maybe we could get a little water underneath it and be able to float it away. But the only thing we were kind of worried about there was that once the ship got moving, if the parachute cord started breaking and then all these things went floating away we didn't know if that would be an environmental hazard or what that would be considered as, So I don't know if we have to have a way to, keep these things all under control or what we have to do. But what's your thoughts, Your Honor? You think that'd be a way that we could, use like airbags or something to get that ship picked up a little bit?
Horse feathers,
I think. It a little.
I think you've been smoking the left-handed cigarettes on the fuel aisle in there.
Yeah. No, as I say, we're just trying to come up with any and all means possible to try to help these people get their situation.
Boy, kaboom! Right where's the dynamite? It is news break time though. Bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Protests in Grand Rapids, Michigan after the police shooting death of a black man. 26-year-old Patrick Loyoya was pulled over and asked about the tags on his license plate. Police say he was resisting arrest. He was shot in the back of the head as he was running away. So far, the officer involved has not been charged as state police investigate. A fire and explosion breaks out on a Russian warship in the Black Sea. The crew was evacuated, and then it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. Ukrainian forces claim they hit the ship with a missile. Russia claims they were incompetent and accidentally started a fire near their own ammunition. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby.
It's going to have an impact on their capabilities, certainly in the near term. Whether it has an impact on their naval capabilities in the long term is just unclear right now.
This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How about a Hunter Biden laptop update? A couple of stories. First of all, it says, for better or worse, you are likely going to be able to see everything on that infamous begrimed laptop. According to the UK's Daily Mail, the whistleblower who provided the British publication and other outlets with a copy they'll be putting it all online. I mean, you can see it all, depending on what your stomach can handle. Now, of course, the establishment media pretended that this was all Russian disinformation when they were originally provided the data, only retracting recently, admitting it was legit. Now, here at Western Journal, they've kind of chronicled the liberal media's obsession with staying away from the biggest story of the 2020 election and how it's going to come back and bite them now. Jack Maxey is the conservative activist who initially provided copies of the data to the Daily Mail, spring of 2021, as well as the New York Times, Washington Post, and D.C. politicians. Daily Mail was the only publication to take the information from the hard drive, which was part of a computer that President Biden's son abandoned in the Wilmington, Delaware repair shop, and published it. Now, Maxey is in Switzerland, where he's putting together a searchable database of the so-called laptop from hell. For the past 2 weeks, he's been in hiding in Zurich, working with IT experts, according to the Daily Mail, claiming that he and his colleagues have found 450 gigabytes of deleted material, including 80,000 images and videos and more than 120,000 archived emails. He said he intends to post them all online in a searchable database in the coming weeks. Right, he had more to say, but story number 2. Now, I think Pup called earlier this week, kind of alluding to this. The original Delaware computer store, the guy that owned that store, John Paul Isaac, he's the one that initially had the original laptop, right? Now, he's saying the math doesn't add up. This proclamation that they found 450 gigabytes of, quote, deleted material and all these archived emails. He said, see, I argue that statement because the original laptop, he said, had a 250 gig drive. Math says you can't get 450 gigabytes of material on a 250 gig drive. He said he was able to recover 220 gigs of data off of that, out of the 250 gig drive. Now, there have been many items gone through, there's things that have maybe gone through Photoshop. There's creative people out there maybe doctoring things, putting things out on the internet to maybe muddy the waters. And I said, unless maybe there's another laptop that has been recovered, and maybe if they were able to possibly get into the cloud, archived materials in the cloud. But he says, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. Now, he did recall how quickly the story, when it initially broke, was shut down by Twitter and other social media outlets. When they asked him about Elon Musk's offer to buy Twitter, he said, I woke up on October 14th of 2020. My phone was blowing up because my information had been leaked from the New York Post articles. So people instantly made the connection. I think it was about, say, 9 o'clock in the morning. It all stopped. It was like this collaborative effort to shut down social mainstream media, and it worked. Anybody, of course, who even tried to voice the subject via Twitter was denied. You couldn't even do it in private messaging. Now, he said he had been trying to get out of turning over the laptop without having his information revealed. I mean, I had a business to run. That didn't last too much longer. I did not want to leave my community, but I had to. But it was astonishing there was such a collaborative effort to shut this story down. All right, so what's actually going on? Where did this 450 gigs come from? If the original laptop only had a 250 gig drive, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to pan out. What's that mean? Yes, Pappy. What do you think, Pappy? What makes sense to you?
I say you question everything, Steve. Unlike the left wants to do, you question it, you verify it. So I don't know, man. I'm not, any kind of computer expert. That's
right.
Sure, but verify it, man. If it's not verified, it's no good. But that's really interesting. I mean, for this guy to say, hey, listen, man, it's 250. What'd you say? Gigabyte,
250
whatever.
gigs. I mean, I'm thinking if that laptop did have a link to like a cloud storage location, whatnot, that if they were able to get in and decode the encrypted keyword or password to the cloud storage, then you would have, I guess, access to an unlimited amount of gigs, because the cloud, you can store damn near anything.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. It seems to me once a year, I get that message, even I think in the cloud, hey, man, for another $5, you can buy another.
Yep.
You're about full.
Yep.
So I don't know, man. All I know is you can only put 10 pounds of potatoes in a 10-pound sack, But hey, real quick, Miss Feinstein there. What'd you say she was? 88?
88 years old, yes.
Come on, man. I mean, Steve, they don't want to give up the power and control. That's all it boils down to, man. We had a couple people that used to work for us, where I work, and they just wouldn't go bye-bye. I would think there comes a time in your life, man, that I don't know, I get it. Some people say, these workaholics, if they stop working, they die within a year. But, man, I'm not one of them guys, I can tell you that. I mean, trust me, I enjoy going to work and everything, but I can kick back and relax and enjoy life too,
I think, like you said, it's the power thing. I mean, they love having the power, the control.
Yes, sir. That's what they're after, Steve. Total government control. Just think when you're talking about you can't text this, or rather you can't post this on social media. They just think of the day you can't even text something. Or if you do, you might get arrested.
Right.
Just like China, You cannot say things over there. Your butt will get thrown in jail, and who knows what ends up to you. That's what we're trying to fight against, and I think that's what Mr. Elon Musk is trying to fight against.
That was my next question. How big was that offer this past day? I mean, I think that's pretty big.
Steve, this dude, you got to give him some credit, man. I mean, this, in my opinion, he's going to go down right next to Trump as trying to save this country. He's got these people by the kahunas, Steve. I mean, he pretty much said he wants flat out own Twitter. And he gave him pretty much an ultimatum. I'm going to buy your shares for almost twice of what they're worth. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is my final offer. And if you don't, Plan B could happen.
Now, I saw
And
that.
if you-
So what is Plan B? He's been playing like a game of chess here.
Steve, if they don't accept his offer, he could sell his shares, which would put Twitter in the tank. The other night we talked about that. A lot of these CEOs, these big, high up millionaires, how they make their money is in stock options.
Mm-hmm.
Their stock has to reach a certain amount before they get paid. If the stock tanks, they don't get paid. It's an incentive to get the stocks, get your company to do well, to get the stocks raised. And, if the stocks hit a certain amount, boom, you're a millionaire, you're rich. And if he sells his stock, the Twitter stock is going to go down. These people are going to go bankrupt.
Yeah.
So that's the other option. So that's what I mean. He's got them. What are they going to do? Are they going to stay woke and decline his offer? And then if he turns around and dumps his shares, it's going to cost him some big time money. I mean, think of the investment companies, the Black Rocks, right? They're an investment company, and they take your money to make you money, and they turn down an offer to damn near double your investment because they want to stay woke. Are you going to invest in that company again? When the average Joe finds out what you turned down an offer to make double my money, I think I'll take business somewhere else. He's got him, man. It's going to be interesting. They're going to have, my opinion is they're just going to accept his offer. And all the management and Twitter and all these fact checkers, that do all the fact checking from their mommy's basement eating s'mores are going to be out of the job.
Yep.
I mean, that's what I think is going to happen.
I mean, the report I saw from Fox News here just about 3-4 hours ago said that the Twitter board is, quote, reviewing the offer. And again, like you said, Musk did share that if they decline the offer, he will go to Plan B. So they better be thinking. They're thinking long and hard tonight. What are we going to do?
Yeah, he's got him, man. It's a lose-lose situation for them. It's just, how do we want to lose more? Do we want to lose financially? Man, that's something else, man. I mean, you talk about, playing the game, man. I mean, that's what they were doing, all along to begin with a lot of these companies. He just turned around and did it right back to them. And like I said, ain't it nice having one of the most richest and powerful man in the world on our side? Things could turn around, Steve. I'm telling you, man. I know we went through some terrible times, but man, we got this midterm coming up. This Elon Musk deal, man, I'm telling you, I think we can turn this country around. We don't give up hope, and always moving. The other night was just so, what can we do? Get out and vote. While the people still have the power. We still have it right now. We haven't relinquished it all. We need to get out this November and crush them. Crush them. But let's don't give up hope. There is light at the end of the tunnel still out there, man. Especially when you see these numbers we talked about with the Hispanics. Leaning towards Republican. 26, I think I seen a poll come out today, 26 Only 26% of Hispanics believe Biden's or the country's going in the right direction. That's amazing, Steve. That means what, 74?
Yep, right.
Out of 100 are saying, let's go, Brandon.
Yep.
And those are amazing numbers, Steve. I mean, just crazy, crazy numbers. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know about this dude that, this shooting that happened in New York. This guy calls on himself. He's obviously just a low-life dirtbag, Steve. This wasn't no planned terror attack by anybody that knew anything about what they were doing.
Supposedly, I mean, I'm according to the New York, I think it was the New York Post or the New York Times, I'm sorry, that he was what they call a black nationalist, an outspoken racist. He railed against whites and Jews and Hispanics, and
they're going to try to keep that hush, I think. They don't want that to get out. Holy moly. And then this other shooting about Eagle brought up. I haven't watched any news today.
I'm not up to speed on that one. Yeah. I'm not familiar.
First time hearing about it. But, here we go. Let's let the investigation go through and find out what happened here before we go burning down cities again. Let it play out. Let's find out what happened. If the cop was in the wrong, the cop was in the wrong. But don't, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Don't get the cart in front of the horse.
Yeah. What I said at the very beginning of the phone call, question everything. Let's investigate this. Let's find the truth before we go off the rails. But yeah, I dozed off, Steve. I missed the last hour, so I thought you was going to be on tonight. Shit, I woke up. It was like 12:45. Like, daggone, man, what the heck? Now I'm really going to be up all day all night. And most of the morning.
Yeah.
But all right, my man. I appreciate you taking my call.
Have a good Friday.
Enjoy the weekend.
Enjoy your Easter weekend. Yep. All right. Thank you very much. Let me jump down to Dogbone. I think you got a traffic update. What's going on, Dogbone?
Hey, Steve. I-75 southbound in Tennessee around the 116, 117 mile marker, which I think is Raccoon Valley Road. There was a racing chase, according to the CB, and I guess a police officer had used deadly force and put somebody down. So there's an investigation. So the road's all closed. If you get off at the 122 and hang a right, go down about 5 miles, you pick up 25W, hang a left on that, and that'll take you out to 640 to Knoxville, so you can get around it. But if you miss that, then you get down to the 116, 117. I'm being told that they're exiting you off, sending you back up northbound to get off at the one.
Okay, so they're going to reroute you back around anyway. So
correct, yeah.
Okay.
That's all the information I had. Again, you came off the CB, but it seems pretty solid because everybody's saying it.
All right, I'll see what I can find out about that, though. Race and chase and deadly force. Oh, boy, that's not good. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Another update when it comes to industry headlines. A bipartisan bill in the House of Representatives would create a tax credit for commercial drivers who meet certain requirements. Touted as a way to combat the truck driver shortage, Representatives Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin and Abigail Spanberger of Virginia introduced legislation to create a 2-year refundable tax credit of up to $7,500 for truck drivers holding a valid Class A CDL and who have driven at least 1,900 hours in the year. Proponents say strengthening the supply chain through truck driver incentives, that's the name of the act, would provide a short-term, fast, straightforward incentive to attract and retain new drivers. They kind of break it down here. The Strengthening Supply Chain Through Truck Driver Incentives Act would create a new refundable tax credit, as we mentioned. Tax credit would last for 2 years, 2022 and 2023. Create a new refundable tax credit up to $10,000 for new truck drivers or individuals enrolled in a registered trucking apprenticeship, which would as well last 2 years, and allow new truck drivers to be eligible for the credit if they did not drive a commercial truck in the previous year or drive for at least 1,420 hours in the current year. And we give our news update here, hit the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Ukraine is claiming it sank a key Russian warship in a missile attack. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby said the Pentagon can't confirm it.
We certainly recognize that the ship suffered a blow, an explosion, which led to a significant fire on board, and that it caused them to evacuate some of their sailors, if not all of their sailors.
Russian media is claiming that a mysterious fire on board caused the incident and that the ship sank while it was being towed back to port. Frank James, the man arrested for shooting 10 people on a Brooklyn subway train last Tuesday, will stay in federal custody after a short court appearance. James did not enter a plea and was ordered held on a permanent order of detention. Federal prosecutors wanted James to stay in jail pending trial, according to a letter to Judge Roanne Mann. This is USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside a Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
There's a brand new law banning abortions in Florida.
Republican Governor Ron DeSantis on Thursday signed into law a bill that bans all abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The legislation allows abortions past 15 weeks in cases of medical emergency or if there's a fatal fetal abnormality. In such cases, abortions must be reported to the state along with information on why the procedure was provided.
The Republican National Committee voted unanimously to not participate in any future presidential debates hosted by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The RNC accused the commission of bias, saying in a statement that it would look elsewhere for debate platforms in future elections. They say the vote was the result of a year-long process, and all party presidential candidates will be required to sign a document ensuring they will only appear at party-sanctioned primary and general election debates. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
A congressman in New York is speaking out against the CDC removing Title 42 from the border.
The CDC recently announced there is no need for the Title 42 pandemic authority invoked by former President Donald Trump, which keeps some illegal immigrants from claiming asylum over public health concerns. Republicans and some Democrats are calling on the Biden administration to leave Title 42 in place. New York Republican Congressman Claudia Tinney says that based on her experience visiting the border, Title 42 should be left in place to protect Americans' health.
They had diseases like lice, which was prevalent, measles, mumps. Elderly people in some cases had tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS was also present at the border. All kinds of diseases there. It's not just COVID-19.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A former marriage counselor for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard said the actors engaged in mutual abuse in a taped deposition that was played in a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom as part of a defamation trial. Dr. Laurel Anderson was the couple's counselor in 2015. Johnny Depp is seeking $50 million from Heard in the defamation trial, a response to her 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post in which she said she was a victim of domestic violence. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into Good Friday. Yes, Good Friday, Easter weekend coming on here. We'll take a look more at our traveler's weather coming up ahead. What else we got in the mix? Oh, yeah, it's 844-844-3388. And according to the screen, we've got Dave on the line. Is that correct? Morning, Dave.
Morning, Steve. Been listening for about 16 plus years now, ever since I switched over to night. I never got to listen to your dad, but I've been listening to you pretty faithful 5 nights a week. Little nervous first time calling. After sitting here on hold, it just makes the nervousness even more.
Oh, makes it even worse? You should be relaxed by now.
Well, I don't typically do too many phone calls. Never called into a radio station, but I figured it was time for me to finally make that first phone call.
So
got me just in time though. So
oh yeah, you're about ready to have to go. So you drive a truck for a living, I assume, Dave? Or?
Yep. I'm a LTL carrier. I'm out here almost to the Chicago terminal. I got about another 7-8 minutes to go before I get there.
Wow. Okay.
Get to drive up here with all the idiots.
I guess it's got to be better at 3:00 in the morning versus 3 in the afternoon there, though.
Very much so. I've never come up here during rush hour. It's always been this time of night, and I wouldn't want it any different.
Good deal. Well, I know you've been listening for a while, so I've got your number here, Dave. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret Products yet?
I have. I just got done placing a big order, and my son has an older Chevy truck. I'm not sure exactly what year it is. It's got the 6-liter in it, and he talks about it having the lifter tick in it, and I got some stiction eliminator I want him to try in it, and I didn't really have a need for the stiction eliminator. My other cars are fairly newer, but I figured I'd go ahead and get it and use it, let him have some of it, and I'd use some in the riding mower. I heard Chris talking about that, how it's always good to put a little bit in there too, so I thought I would give that a shot since I was getting some anyway. And I've been even at the old job there you had, I switched over from the other one you had. I switched over to Hot Shot Secret just pretty much simply for the way that Chris explained all the products. He was more of a, I don't know how you'd say it. He was more about the product, and I liked the way he explained everything, and everything was tested and not just a word of mouth or whatever. Everything's tested by dynos and labs, and it just makes you more comfortable with the product.
And that's the whole idea why Chris likes to come on once a month, because he said, when you run a 60-second commercial on a station around you, it's impossible to actually get all that information out to people. And that's why he thought it'd be a good idea to have this kind of a thing, a format where you could take the time to go in depth and explain it all to the people. And I think it's a great idea. Well, I've got your number here, Dave. We'll get you a $60 code. So if you didn't need the stiction eliminator, just get you some FR3 maybe for your newer vehicles, and maybe the gasoline or diesel extreme for the fuel side.
I will do that.
Very good.
I appreciate that very much.
Well, after all these years, don't be a stranger, Dave. It's easy to call. It's easy to call and say, "Hey, no reason to be nervous." I mean, Chris says he said I spoke to so many people like down at the Mid America Truck Shows. I have been listening for years, but I never call. But it's great to have you listening, though.
Yeah, it's great to be out here. It keeps me awake every night.
That's what we're here for. Well, thank you much. Enjoy your Good Friday. Get the hell out of Chicago and have a good weekend.
Yeah. Thanks. You too.
Okay, there you go, Dave. First-time caller. Right. How does this happen? How did two women get pregnant in an all-women's prison? No, it had nothing to do with, male guards or anything like that. It's the women that aren't really women, if you know what I mean. Yeah, the transgender inmates. This is in New Jersey, the all-women's prison. There are more than 800 prisoners, including 27 transgender women, housed in the Edna Mahan Correctional Facility for Women. According to the report, the women became pregnant after engaging in consensual sexual relations with another incarcerated person. It is not clear whether the women had sex with the same transgender inmate or with different transgender inmates. New Jersey last year made it customary for prisoners who identify as transgender, intersex, or non-binary to be assigned to a prison to stay in line with their gender identity, not with the sex they were assigned with at birth. Because of a lawsuit in 2019 by a transgender woman who said she was forced to live in a men's prison for 1.5 years. You've got Connecticut and California that require transgender inmates to be assigned prisons based on their gender identity as well. New Jersey's kind of grappled with reports of widespread abuses and systemic failures at this particular women's facility. 20 officers received major discipline just last year. According to the annual report from the Office of Attorney General, 16 were fired on charges ranging from falsifying reports to mistreatment of inmates to excessive absenteeism, things like facilitating gambling with inmates. 12 were fired for being arrested and criminally charged after they mistreated an inmate and falsified a report. New Jersey's governor last year said that, they're looking to shut that facility down entirely, but going to have to find a new place for 800, quote, women. Pretty funny, huh? It's about 14 past the hour. It's the question that several callers, Lone Ranger brought that up a number of occasions. I mean, why not say, I identify as a woman, so you don't get housed with, the big burly thugs. And if you don't really identify as a woman, but you have the possibility of having consensual sex while you're incarcerated. All right, get back to the calls here. And I'm not really seeing a name. She'll never forward. Who we got on the line?
Hey, Steve, Joe. How you doing today?
Morning, Joe. What's happening?
I was sitting here killing time. Got a slow night for once. Figured I'd call in. I think horse fairers had a pretty good idea on that ship out there, though. I mean, you don't need no helium. Just drag it down across D.C. and Baltimore and all these so-called clown politicians. They got plenty of hot air to get that thing floating, I'm sure.
Yes.
Bad deal out there.
I know the idea of running like airbags. You've seen some of this in some of the Hollywood films. I think it's kind of a reality thing. They run the straps underneath and then inflate them. I mean, if they're underwater, I guess it takes a lot of pretty damn strong straps and a lot of air to try to float that thing up. But, I mean, that's actually something that's been used before to try to float a ship.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they're getting it out of there. I seen them on the news there. We get our D.C. local news there. They were taking some of the containers off of there a couple of days ago. It was, I guess, just talking about taking some of them off there. They said the channel was 42 feet deep, and whoever was captain steering, I guess he got off the channel in the 24-foot. He got stuck, but that don't make no sense.
Okay, I mean that's.
Like drivers, they get all their GPS to get out of the way.
I mean, anytime that's what we've talked about over the years on the cruise ships. Anytime your cruise is going into one of those ports of call, wherever it might be, I mean, they have what they call the captain of the ship that comes out that knows how to navigate those particular waters at any given port. They come on, get the ship docked, and then when you leave, they get the ship out of the channel, and then they go back ashore. I'm assuming all those big freighters and container ships probably have the same deal.
Yeah, same thing. They were talking when that first happened. I mean, I haven't really kept up. They were going to keep all the other ships out in the ocean jacked up. I don't know if they're going into Norfolk or Port of Wilmington or up, but they said they weren't going to let nobody in or out, so they got that one out stuck off the sandbar where it was at there.
Wow.
Yeah, Elon Musk deal. I'm really hoping he can make that go through. I'd like to see him take over the Facebook part too. There's so many snowflakes in this country. You can't say nothing to nobody without offending somebody somewhere. It's a sad world we're in.
Yes, it is. So speaking of which, the other day, Facebook, there was, I click on some of these. There was a photograph, and it's, let's say, a quite fluffy woman, a big old fat lady, this kind of all up in this guy's face who's sitting out on a park bench. And the meme was, or the post was, it cannot be sexual, but what she's saying to him, make it funny. And I said, well, how did I post? I think I said, if you ever touch my Oreos again, I'll kill you. LOL. I thought that was pretty funny. The big fat lady said, and within a matter of minutes, boom, I was flagged, and they said, that's a strike. You've abused our community standards, and one more, and you will be banned for blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it was just a joke, but I guess simply the words, I'll kill you, in whatever context. You can't say that even in a joking manner. I'm like, for crying out loud.
I got banned. Well, I didn't get banned, but I got called somebody special kind of stupid. There's an accident on 95 over here in Virginia a couple weeks back. And this one guy, they block all their profile and everything. Nobody sees anything. This guy gets on there and says, I think trucks should be going a lot slower than cars. They just stay in the right lane. And I said, you're a special kind of stupid. Maybe you don't want to go to the stores and buy anything. They were, like you said, maybe a few minutes popped up on there. I didn't pay no attention to it, but I looked at it again. What in the world? Bullying. They called that bullying.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's
crazy. Hey, you and your family, your grandkids, and everybody out there, have a happy Easter, okay?
Today is Egg Dyeing Day. We got at high noon today. The grandkids, we all get together and we'll dye some eggs, and then we actually got, my neighbor's like a season ticket holder for the Cincinnati Cyclones, the hockey team, and he said this is like the last game of the season, regular game of the season, then the playoffs, but like throughout the season, if you miss a game, I guess the season ticket holders can use those tickets. He says, I've got 8 extra tickets. So you want to take the grandkids down? So I said, well, sure. So that's what we'll be doing later on tonight.
A good plan there. Wife and I were raising a granddaughter. She'll be 9 in July. I know it's a special time of year for them. Yep. Like the grandkids.
Well, hey, thank you so much for chiming in. Have a great Easter weekend. Thanks for the call. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, for those in the Buckeye State, Trump's coming back. Starting to do some of these rally things, as obviously it's primaries and whatnot are just around the corner. Former President Trump returning to Ohio to boost Republican candidates and hopefully boost turnout ahead of the May 3rd primary. When it comes to primaries, so many people, turnout is very, very low for most primary elections. Obviously, you get the biggest turnout for the presidential, the general election. Of course, coming up, it's the off season coming up later in November this year. But according to the breakdown, Trump will be headlining an evening rally at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus. April 23rd, so right about a week away, I guess that is. Certainly to stump for U.S. House candidate Max Miller, which is his pick for the 7th Congressional District, and perhaps for his U.S. Senate or governor choices, which he hasn't announced yet. I don't think Trump's going to be endorsing DeWine, if you know what I mean. But Delaware County, a Republican stronghold, appears to have been actually their second choice, a fair board in Portage County, part of the Akron metro area, where Miller's actually locked in a 4-way primary there, declined their request for a permit. And now incumbent U.S. Representative Bob Gibbs withdrew from the race last week. That makes Miller suddenly the front-runner in that race. News of the rally as early voting figures suggest turnout in this populous Midwest battleground, which Trump, by the way, won twice by more than 8 percentage points, may be kind of depressed this year. Yeah, looking at the number of requests for mail-in ballots, about half of what we saw 4 years ago, before the primary. So again, April 23rd, Delaware County Fairgrounds. See what kind of crowd that the Trumpster can garner there. Meanwhile, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. What's going on this morning, Wally? Happy Friday.
Yeah, same to you too, Steve. I was just wonder, even if they turn them down, if the board at Twitter turn them down,
right?
He can still go out and buy 51% of the damn company and still come out on top. And he can go around and buy. All you got to do is find out who all the stockholders are, and just start going around and asking them to buy it privately from them, and still come out ahead.
Maybe that's
and still coming.
Maybe that's the Plan B thing. I mean, they're talking about a Plan B, but I'm not sure what that would be.
Yeah, and that would be a Plan B for me, because if I can afford $54 a share for all of it, I can certainly afford $54 a share for 64%, or 50% and one share was all it would take. All he's got to have is more than 50% of the company, and he would own it. So, I mean, that's a Plan B too. It ain't that I have to go out and sell my shares. It just means I'll talk bad about it and go behind everybody's back and just start buying up more shares.
Right.
So I can keep the price down low. Because whatever I do, whatever I'm doing, they got to try and figure out how to combat it. And there's no way they can combat it. Nobody in their right mind should be turning down this offer. But you know how they are.
It's kind of like Pappy was saying, right? He said, I mean, for people that own, if you've got someone handling your investments and they say no, and you would have stood to make a damn pretty penny on it, as an investor, you're going to be pretty PO'd.
Yeah. And I mean, there's some people that don't want to sell their company because they like the company, but my uncle was that way with Indianapolis Power and Light before whoever took it over, because it wasn't Synergy, it was somebody else. But he worked there and retired, so he ended up with a bunch of stock when he retired, and then they sold the company. Well, he didn't want to sell, but he didn't have no choice. Once they sold, he had to accept the deal, but it really made him mad, but he had to take what they got,
Sure.
Because he liked the company that good. I mean, it was good company, don't get me wrong, but, some people don't want to sell, but they don't want to sell for the right reasons. But the thing is, I said, if they're getting sold, it don't matter. You take what you can get and get the hell out, Go do another one. That's all I can tell you. And I'm done, Steve. That's about all I called for.
Okay. Well, have a great weekend, Wally. Happy Easter, and thank you for checking in. Musk. And this is what the woke crowd, the cancel culture crowd, this is what their biggest fear is. Musk is a free speech absolutist. Musk said, it's important to the function of the United States as a free country and many other countries, and actually to help freedom in the world more broadly than the U.S. It's damn annoying when someone you don't like says something you don't like. That is a sign of a healthy, functioning, free speech situation. And he did say he also has another plan if Twitter's board rejects his offer without being specific. Again, Twitter Thursday evening said they're reviewing the offer. News update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
California is delaying a COVID vaccine mandate for school children until at least the summer of 2023. The state was the first to announce it would require all school children to get the vaccine, but that won't happen until federal regulators give final approval to the vaccine first. President Biden in Greensboro, North Carolina, speaking at North Carolina A&T University. He spoke about fighting inflation.
70% of the increase in inflation was a consequence of Putin's price hike because of the impact on oil prices. 70%. We need to address these high prices, and urgently, for working folks out there.
The president says the invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas and food prices across the globe, not just in the U.S. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code CLASSIC3 and you'll also get free shipping.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, it is. Hey, and it's time. It's time. We got 4 keywords here on your Good Friday morning. If you missed hours 1 and 2, first keywords were leave and coin. Here we are. Keyword for this hour, your chance at $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Here's your keyword for this hour. It will be travel. Travel. Like your travel agent. Head on over to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Remember, each keyword has to be entered separately. But there you go. That'll be your third entry here for your Good Friday. Travel. 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 We'll have one final keyword on this Good Friday morning coming up in our final hour. Just around the corner. And back to the phones we go. Let me see. There's Knucklebuster. Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Horse feathers, he needs to just get his John Deere tractor out there and he can get that chip on stuff there, right?
That might work, yeah.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. Well, thanks for clarifying that on the body pillow.
Body pillow. Yeah, you called it the Biden pillow.
Well, I looked up Biden pillow. They got some got old Sleepy Joe's picture on it, but I ain't buying none of them there. Well, mark this down on your calendar, 4/22, 4/23, and 4/24. And I want to thank the Reds ahead of time for letting them Cardinals win all 3 baseball games. Well, actually made the best team win. That'd be the best thing, right?
Yeah, I think I think you got pretty good odds at winning 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3.
Yeah, well, we'll just let the best team win, and then my mama might not get too mad if they lose. So, but sell breast tests, well, I can make a lot of money off of that, Steve. Or well, maybe not. I might have wound up with a couple of black eyes from Tennessee there. So, but anyway, that's always a possibility for a side job. And them keywords there. The best thing to do be just leave Steve Summers a tip, some money, as you're traveling down the highway. Just send him a check, Gary. Well, let's get all this stuff out of the way. Always be prepared. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Y'all call Steve Summers. He's a good old boy, and he's just easy to talk to. He ain't gonna bite your head off there. Let's keep Steve Summers' overnight drive radio going down the road. Find some hot shot secret products like Sticks in the Eliminator, everyday diesel treatment, even the everyday gas treatment there too, right?
Gasoline Extreme, yes.
One of the biggest things. Yeah, one of the biggest things to buying, getting good fuel mileage is keep your foot out of that carburetor or throttle body or fuel pump down there, right? That's the best way to do it. Don't forget to put your overnight drive code in the checkout box. Get your 10% discount. And correct me if I'm wrong, though, Stevie. Even them people that get that first-time caller code, can't they still put overnight drive code in the box?
Well,
that's a truck driver or police man, EMT,
sure,
Margaret Houlihan, she can get in there. So even Elizabeth Hurley could. I'd let her use my CDL and get her a 10% discount there. Right? And don't forget to buy some Steve Summers overnight drive products, baseball cap, travel mugs, T-shirts, and don't forget to dye them eggs up real good this weekend, Steve.
It should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. All right, Knuckle Buster.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, well, have a great weekend. Happy Easter. Yeah, overnightdriveradio.com. And yes, if you get a $60 coupon code, believe it or not, you can use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout and get an additional 10% off. So give, right? I don't know, is it the giving season? It's Good Friday. Happy to pass that info on to you. In case you missed it, yesterday, Shelley Johnson had an opportunity to interview Mario Andretti. Tom Kelly said it was a great interview. Talked about his life growing up in Italy, his move to America as a teen, building his first car with his twin brother, the impact that the Andretti families had on racing here in America. Yeah, we even tried to talk him into giving the fast big rig racing a try. But, of course, if you're with us here, tncradio.live, you can stick around, check out the encore presentation for those that are up later this morning. Stick around, 5 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 a.m. Central Time, when we close things out here. About an hour and 15 minutes, you can catch the rerun, the encore of the Shelley Johnson interview with Mario Andretti. All right. Next up on the list, Buster checking in his Friday morning. Hello, Buster. What's going on?
Hey, morning, Steve. Let me say some of the things I was thinking been on hold, buddy. Dave, thank you for calling in. First time caller. It's good stuff. It was a great call. Steve, see if you can get your son to set up a camera and off in a distance and film the day's egg moment. And the grandkids would look back on that in a few years, and that'd be a really special moment for the archives.
I guarantee Lauren will be getting plenty of videos. She's big into posting TikTok videos and whatnot, so I'm sure she'll get videos to share.
Hey, Steve, troubleshoot this situation because we do want open communication and the freedom of speech. And but I wonder if he's doing all this also because Trump is about to open up his network and he wants to try to beat him to the punch because we all want freedom of speech. So just play around with that little deal. And Steve, on the traffic situation up in Raccoon Valley, exit 122 detour, that would take you back to Clinton, and then Clinton goes back into Knoxville on Clinton Highway, and that's all 4-lane road for our truck driver friends. If they are, because they shooting something like that in the darkness at night, that thing probably will be shut down for about 4 hours.
Okay, all right, good deal.
All right, better have a good Easter.
You mentioned the what is it called? Truth Social, the Trump social media thing, the platform that opened up, what was it, a couple of months ago? Last I heard, it wasn't doing. First of all, they had big time troubles with the rollout. Ended up with tens of thousands of people waiting for weeks to be accepted onto the platform. I don't know that it's made the big splash, like many thought it went. Of course, I have an Android phone. It's the Truth social media was only available on like the iOS platform. Now you can't even get it on the Android phone. But funny you'd mentioned that there, Buster. Yahoo Finance, under their news section, he said, "Let's play this out. Elon Musk makes a juicy offer to buy Twitter. $54.20 to buy per share, to buy the whole thing, taking it private. Now, that was 18% above the pre-offer closing price and about 15% higher than the post-offer price. Twitter may fight the offer, defeating the takeover bid, but Musk could also raise his price and end up with Twitter, which at a valuation of $45 billion or so would be a small piece of Musk's growth portfolio of companies, with Tesla SpaceX, and others. Of course, he wants changes, including more permissive free speech. Now, in the political world, this is kind of code for letting conservatives say what they want on social media. Now, I don't know, Yahoo Finance, why do you say it's only conservatives? The idea is anyone with a differing view can say their piece, right? But for whatever reason, conservative posts are the ones that always end up with the fact-checking, the bothersome fact-checking, or consequences. The most obvious reference point is Twitter, their January 9 decision to ban then President Donald Trump. 3 days after the riots. Trump praised his followers, vowing protection, which Twitter interpreted, given the context, as glorification of violence. That's what their justification for his permanent ban. Now, Musk is not this big Trump supporter by any means. He said, I prefer to stay out of politics. But Musk is kind of Trumpy. He's libertarian in his leanings. He actually defied some of the government lockdown rules in the early days of the pandemic to keep Tesla's California plant up and running. I mean, he was even risking personal arrest. He is anti-union. He thinks government rules meant to assure CEOs behave don't actually apply to him. But in Trump world, his possible purchase of Twitter could mean one thing. That would be reinstating Trump's Twitter account, letting him say what he wants. That's not the way the Yahoo Finance story wrote it, though. If I wanted to read directly, Twitter, if they were to reinstate Trump's Twitter account, letting him spew any lie he wants. This is your mainstream media, Yahoo Finance. In other words, everything Trump says is a lie. It is not clear that Musk would do that, but it would certainly be easier for Twitter to welcome Trump back as a private company than as a public one that would have to deal with shareholder pressure and calls for a boycott. If Musk did own Twitter and did invite Trump back, would Trump come, is the question. As he has now set his own social media company up, Truth Social. It's supposed to be a conservative version of the woke Twitter. But really, it's kind of an alternative platform for Trump. Now, Trump at his peak had 89 million Twitter followers. More than all but a handful of celebrities. Truth Social's not fully up and running yet. But it's going to be hard for Trump's following there to ever reach what he had on Twitter. Trump himself hasn't really posted a whole lot via Truth Social, at least to date. All right, about 10 before the hour. If Twitter offered him a return, if Musk purchased, I think he might. Why would he not? Now you can post on Twitter. You can still post on Truth Social. You have the alternative options to reach as many people as possible. Keep in mind, have you forgotten, many of those who were Trump supporters dumped Twitter. They said, screw you, Twitter, when they banned Trump. So many of those are obviously the first who were in line to join the Truth Social. So Trump would now have access to speaking to the Truth Social followers and also be able to reach out to those who did not cancel Twitter, who've stuck with Twitter, even in light of the fact that they are a woke company. I think it would be personally the best of both worlds, right? Yahoo says, Twitter only tries to ban lies and misinformation. That is absolutely false. Who the hell wrote this story for Yahoo Finance? See, they're trying to stick to this whole narrative. Hello, Yahoo Finance. Yeah, Twitter banned any mention of Hunter Biden's laptop. You couldn't even share any comments or discussion about it in a private message, you dumbass. It was not a lie. It was not misinformation. It was 100% true. And Twitter ultimately, undoubtedly, played a significant role in turning the 2020 election in favor of Joe Biden. So, no respect for the writer of Yahoo Finance this morning. You got to wake up. Smell the coffee. The people are on to you. Scroll to the bottom here. Let me see. Rick Newman. That was a piece from Rick Newman. Rick, you and your woke friends better get on the right page. Twitter only censors lies and misinformation. Come on. All right, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got a message yesterday or day before, one of our listening friends, Pat, that said, Steve, I went over to Give, Send, Go to try to make a donation to Pappy's fundraiser there, and it said it was suspended. So I pulled it up, and everything looks active to me. Hopefully you went to givesendgo.com, right? Because that's the website. We've got that set up on givesendgo.com. When you get on there, you could search, it's Overnight Drive for Pappy. Had that set up for most of the past week, so I'm not seeing any changes in the numbers over the past day or so, but I just pulled it up here and everything looks correct to me. You click on Give Now and it takes you to the next page. Yeah, so givesendgo.com. And it's overnight drive for Pappy if you'd like to make a contribution. All right, a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, news update just around the corner. Let me get to Pup this morning. Hello, Pup. What's happening?
Oh, not much, Steve. How are you tonight?
Good Friday.
Yeah. They play one of my favorite songs on Saturday and Sunday after Good Friday. That's Dolly Parton's He's Alive. But, hey, Twitter's got their own game plan up their sleeve, and this is how intertwined the Democrats are with the social media people. Because he bought that, and he bought a 9%, right? And that was yesterday, well, the day before, I guess now. But yesterday, Vanguard owned 7.3 or 7.8%. Now they've actually owned more than Musk does. They took that up to 2.2 or something. Now, and also today, after Vanguard did that, the people that regulate, I can't remember if it's the FCC or all of the, there's two different things that regulate this stuff. And they opened investigations on Musk with his cars and his SpaceX and his other businesses. So, and the IRS was somehow involved in that also. And I heard all this on Fox Business today, and just kind of ironic because if he gets that and it's an open format, they're thinking Facebook and the other social medias will just plummet because then they'll have a real true way of getting out the right word. And Elon Musk had some sort of a meeting today, and he even said he was going to open and change those algorithms to where it wasn't kicking people off, putting them in jail, or banning them and stuff like that. He goes, if it's really bad, he goes, we might give them some time out or something like that. But he goes, this is going to be a pretty much an open format. So it seems awful funny how when he wanted to buy this at a higher price, and then they said no, and then all of these other government regulators and stuff are now investigating him, all of us.
Well, that to me sounds that is what unequivocally politically motivated. They don't want him to get control of Twitter, right?
Right. Yes. And another thing that I found out today by watching that, there's I can't remember the fella's name, but he's a prince over in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
And he's on that board, and he already voted no also on selling that. So I think that guy's somewhere around 5 or 6%. I mean, he's quite a ways.
Okay. I saw something about, Musk says, screw you kind of thing. But hey, news update though. Back in a moment, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Ukraine is claiming it sank a key Russian warship in a missile attack. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby said the Pentagon can't confirm it.
We certainly recognize that the ship suffered a blow, an explosion, which led to a significant fire on board, and that it caused them to evacuate some of their sailors, if not all of their sailors.
Russian media is claiming that a mysterious fire on board caused the incident and that the ship sank while it was being towed back to port. Frank James, the man arrested for shooting 10 people on a Brooklyn subway train last Tuesday, will stay in federal custody after a short court appearance. James did not enter a plea and was ordered held on a permanent order of detention. Federal prosecutors wanted James to stay in jail pending trial, according to a letter to Judge Roanne Mann. This is USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside a Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
There's a brand new law banning abortions in Florida.
Republican Governor Ron DeSantis on Thursday signed into law a bill that bans all abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The legislation allows abortions past 15 weeks in cases of medical emergency or if there's a fatal fetal abnormality. In such cases, abortions must be reported to the state along with information on why the procedure was provided.
The Republican National Committee voted unanimously to not participate in any future presidential debates hosted by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The RNC accused the commission of bias, saying in a statement that it would look elsewhere for debate platforms in future elections. They say the vote was the result of a year-long process, and all-party presidential candidates will be required to sign a document ensuring they will only appear at party-sanctioned primary and general election debates. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
A congressman in New York is speaking out against the CDC removing Title 42 from the border.
The CDC recently announced there is no need for the Title 42 pandemic authority invoked by former President Donald Trump, which keeps some illegal immigrants from claiming asylum over public health concerns. Republicans and some Democrats are calling on the Biden administration to leave Title 42 in place. New York Republican Congressman Claudia Tinney says that based on her experience visiting the border, Title 42 should be left in place to protect Americans' health.
They had diseases like lice, which was prevalent, measles, mumps. Elderly people in some cases had tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS was also present at the border. All kinds of diseases there. It's not just COVID-19.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A former marriage counselor for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard said the actors engaged in mutual abuse in a taped deposition that was played in a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom as part of a defamation trial. Dr. Laurel Anderson was the couple's counselor in 2015. Johnny Depp is seeking $50 million from Heard in the defamation trial, a response to her 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post in which she said she was a victim of domestic violence. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Darndest to find this piece. If I can get the audio to pull up. Piece of Jim Jordan. As soon as I shared that little segment from Yahoo News trying to say Twitter only tries to censor lies and false information, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So I'll see if I can get that pulled up here during our next break. You gotta hear this. Because he lays it out. One lie after another lie after another lie. Things that have been censored and have all come back to be true. All right, we left off there with Pup on the line. Thank you for hanging in there, Pup.
Oh, you're welcome, buddy. But I just thought that segment was pretty interesting, that how that social media is so intertwined with the government now, right, especially the Democrats. I mean, so that's pretty much all I had for you. But you gonna eat any of them hard-boiled eggs today?
Most likely. I love hard-boiled eggs.
I'll tell you what, that and some skull busters, you ain't gonna sit around with that hockey game.
Look out! Look out!
So no, that's about all I had for you, buddy. So you have a happy Easter and enjoy your extra day off there. So
thank you much. All right, you do the same. Have a great weekend. There you go. All right. Next on the list, Chevy Guy. See what's going on with. Wait a minute. I hit. Let me put you back in. Chevy Guy's been here and dropped off and come back and dropped off. I'm going to try to put Jolly Green. Hang in there, Jolly Green. See if I can get this right. There you go.
Yeah, real quick. It's interesting. The subway shooter. The day that they finally named who it was, YouTube finally dropped all his videos off that were just constantly spewing hate on everybody. I mean, it was vile hate and foul language, all this stuff. They leave that on there, and they're bumping conservative talk off. I mean, the evidence. I'd love to just let's drag them all into court and let a jury find out, determine this mess. I'll tell you what, they would lose. I mean, it's just amazing what they've gotten away with and how they have affected our elections. And guess what? I hope they understand when them fact checkers go home, probably just making a regular paycheck. When they go home, they have to buy groceries and pay, put gas in their car. I hope they're seeing that, you did this. I mean, you brought it on yourself. That's that 75% that think Biden's doing a good job. So other than that, apologize about the phone being, I'm having to cross over the Savannah River. So I lost part of the time there, and then been losing signal. One time I come on and said that here I'm on hold, and the doggone phone comes on and says that my phone can't be, my call can't be completed as dialed.
Okay.
I don't know what that was all about.
Interesting.
So, other than that, go ahead.
I think that's that one night where Heatwave was trying to call. That's what it did to him 3 or 4 times. It kept booting him out. He thought I had banned him or something. I said, no, I didn't.
No, I'm too narcissistic to believe that. You could never do that to me. No, we're good. No, it just the other thing here in Georgia, they Brian Kemp trying to tried to secure his conservative base, I guess. They passed a thing with the gun carry, concealed carry. I'm not sure what it is, but what he said is, now our daughters can defend themselves. Well, I got news for you. You better make sure they rip your shirt off, bra off, or something before you pull the trigger, because we're already seeing that. The guy's got a doggone taser pointed right at a cop's face, and he fires his gun. So you understand? The law is not taking care of us. Period. I'm sorry the guy gets shot in the back of the head. Every single one of these, it comes down to no more, no this, is the criminal, the so-called the receiver of the punishment on the side of the road is always the one that does not comply, and he dies. Anybody that complies doesn't die. And I'm just down here in South Carolina a few years ago. They had it online. A young officer is chased. They was breaking into a back of the store. And here he chases them down, and while he's pulling out his taser, telling this guy to stop, he pulls out his taser on the body cam and shows him pointing the taser at the man. The man turns around and blows a hole in his chest. And then for the next 15, 20 minutes in that video, he's made it back to the cruiser, called for help, and he's laying down on the ground. The body cam shows the door jam and him reaching up trying to talk to the dispatch. You can hear the ambulance and dispatch talk. That young man should have pulled a pistol and not a taser. The taser didn't help him a bit. And I mean, you got a man running like that. I don't care if he blows the back of his head off. I mean, because that guy could have turned around and shot him, just like that. And I mean, it was just like that. I mean, he would have never had a chance to drop that taser and grab his weapon. So it just aggravated that the criminals are getting away with what they're getting, have more rights than law enforcement right now. And this thing with Sonny Perdue just has come on in Georgia, and that's Trump's choice now. And he opens his mouth, and he's already criticizing the Georgia State Police and whatever corruption. I'm sorry. You don't do that when you're trying to run for the once you get in the office, if you think you can improve their law enforcement, then do it. But conservatives are real pro-law enforcement no matter what. So I don't know. Sonny, I'm glad I don't live in Georgia. But that's my tyrant for the night. And hey, I've really enjoyed the show as much as I could get into it. Anyway,
okay.
And you have a great, wonderful time with the kids rolling the eggs in the yard. I miss all that. I don't have any, and boy, I do miss that.
All right, Chevy Guy.
Over and out.
Have a great weekend. Thanks for chiming in. You got it. And we'll chat next week, if not before. All right, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Republicans off committee, won't let Republicans serve on this select committee. First time in the history of the Congress, the minority leader was not allowed to put on a select committee the individuals he or she selected. First time in the history of our nation. Democrats are trying to end the Electoral College, trying to end the filibuster, trying to pack the court. This committee, the January 6th committee, altered evidence and presented to the American people as if it were true. And they accuse us of being a danger to our democracy? Mr. Gates was right. We got a border that is complete chaos. We have $6 gas in California, $4 gas everywhere else in the country. We have crime at record levels in every major urban area in this nation. And we have an inflation problem that's at a 40-year high. And this committee has more contempt resolutions for a purely political reason. I think the whole committee is purely political, designed to do one thing: keep President Trump off the ballot in 2024. The gentlelady from Wyoming, in her opening comments, used the term false message. False, she used to say big lie, now I guess it's false message. And I just jotted down, I thought when she said, I started jotting things down. False, think about all the false messages we've got from them in the last few years. They told us the protests in the summer of 2020 were peaceful. Got $1 billion worth of damage around our cities that says it wasn't. They told us the dossier was real. They told us it was Republicans who wanted to defund the police. That's almost laughable if it wasn't so serious for our law enforcement and for the families who live in those areas where mayors and city councils did defund the police. They told us the FBI didn't spy on the Trump campaign. We know that wasn't true. We got Inspector General reports that tell us all kinds of things about what they did in front of the FISA court. They said Trump colluded with Russia. We got a Mueller report, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 30 million hard-earned American tax dollars in that report that said that false message was just that, false. They told us COVID didn't start in the lab. Sure looks like it did. They told us the lab wasn't doing gain-of-function research. Sure looks like it was. They told us the vaccinated can't get it. We know that's wrong. Every day there's a new announcement. A member of Congress is getting it. Fully vaccinated, boosted, everything else. They told us the vaccinated can't transmit it. They told us that was wrong. And you talk about the biggest false message that's just been confirmed in the last week, how false it was. The Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. The Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. October 22nd, 2020, 2 weeks before the election, candidate Biden, in a debate, is asked about his son's business dealings with foreign companies. He says, quote, nothing was unethical. He said, my son has not made money with business interests with companies with an interest in China. And we all know there are 4.8 million reasons why that statement was not accurate. And how do we know? Washington Post told us. Not me, not President Trump, not Republicans. The Washington Post told us last week, 2 stories last week, a week ago today, one at 11 a.m., one at 11:04 a.m., 2 8-page articles 4 minutes apart confirming what we knew, but what big media, big tech, Democrats colluded to keep from the American people just days before the most important election we have, the presidential election. Who's going to be our next commander-in-chief? The laptop was real, the eyewitness was real, the emails were real. The only thing fake was that collusion from those individuals, those entities, to keep important information from we the people in the run-up to the most important election we have. And oh, by the way, they were joined by 51 former Intel officials joined in the collusion. You know, it's also interesting. It's funny how that story has changed. 18 months ago, started off, wasn't his laptop. Quickly switched to, well, it was his laptop, but it was Russian disinformation. And now it is, well, it wasn't Russian disinformation, but Joe Biden had nothing to do with it. Yeah. Now it was, well, Joe knew what was going on, but he wasn't really involved in anything wrong. Ron Klain told us that. Chief of Staff told us that Sunday. We need to be focused on the issues that the American people want us to focus on. If you want to talk about danger to our democracy and the biggest false message, I would say what happened, one of the biggest dangers to our democracy and one of the biggest false messages is what happened 18 months ago, where that story was kept from the American people.
Bingo.
We could dig into that, find out what went on there, why that happened, and we could also focus on the record crime, record inflation, record price of gas, and the chaos on our southern border that's about to get worse, about to get worse as the Democrats look to, as the Biden...
Gentleman's recognized for 30 more seconds.
All right, there you go. You get the idea. Jim Jordan. I love this guy. Jordan tells it like it is. But the biggest key there, the biggest story that Twitter and mainstream media and other social media, it wasn't only Twitter, I mean, hell, Facebook, you name it, they all shut down the narrative of the Hunter Biden laptop because they knew, undoubtedly, if the truth came out, Joe Biden would have never been elected president. And they were able to keep it quiet, 2 additional years nearly? And no, that story didn't begin in 2020. That laptop story goes back to 2018. Hell, the FBI had it for a year before the news ever even surfaced. What did they do with it for that entire year? Well, they put it in a locker, shut the door, threw away the key, hoping the story would go away. Were it not for the computer repair shop owner who knew what was on that laptop and even out of concern for his own life, made copies and gave copies to others. It's one of those deals where, hey, if I come up dead of suicide or something, I didn't do that. You've got my back. Here's what caused this to happen. Who's lying to who? And that's what just blows my mind. Yahoo News. I'm sharing the Yahoo News report yesterday saying Twitter only censors lies and misinformation. And the masses out there, they see that and they believe it. Because if Trump says it, it's a lie. He went through the proverbial laundry list of lie after lie after lie from the Democrats, from the leftists, from the woke cancel culture. Millions of Americans will continue to vote for those individuals. Sad. All right, Jolly Green, thanks for hanging in there. Happy Friday.
Hey, wait a minute. Did I hear Chevy Guy correctly? Did he say that he was narcissistic?
He did. He admitted that.
Well, now wait a minute. Wait a minute here. Chevy Guy, you said it. We didn't. Now, Puff was on there before Chevy Guy. And Puff, I wanted to let you know, I will send you both versions of that song that you're talking about called He's Alive. That originally, back in the early 70s, I had an opportunity to go to a Gaither concert in Dayton, Ohio, and I got to hear the guy that wrote and composed that song sing that song at a Gaither concert back in the 70s, and the name of the guy is Don Francisco. And then about 2-3 years later, I seen him in concert again at the Taft Theater, where him and his wife were in concert. and he sung that song again. Later, quite a few years later, Dolly Parton happened to do that song. And yes, it's a wonderful version of that song. But I wanted to let you know that the original composer and the person that made it famous was Don Francisco. And I am also going to send you a song that he did that I've considered to be one of his better songs. Is called I've Got to Tell Somebody. Of course, he's alive and played a lot during the Easter holidays. And like I said there, you can get the versions right on YouTube, but I will send this stuff directly to Puff's phone to prove my point that the original version was done by Don Francisco, and later down the line, it is actually an honor when a woman like Dolly Parton sings your song. And an absolute honor. I mean, the lady is a dynamite performer and singer, and on top of that, she's written a lot of good music. But I wanted to let Puff know that that song actually was not written by her, but it actually was written by Don Francisco. That's the original performer. So that's really all I wanted to say, and I've enjoyed your show. Yeah, it sounds like whoever that was you just put on there definitely had his foot up somebody's butt. And I kind of agreed with a lot of things he said. It's good to know that we do have some politicians that are trying to speak the truth. And I think that's great. Either way, have a good weekend. And I will talk to you later. Jolly Green is off on Good Friday. Tonight's my last night. So I will talk to you guys next week.
All right.
Either way, have a good Easter there, Steve, and all of the cartoon characters out there.
Thank you, Jolly Green. Right back at you. Thanks for listening in. Yeah, I remember the original. I was actually, my first radio job was at a gospel music station, a Christian station. I've mentioned that, and played a lot of gospel tunes over the years, and that original one was, Dolly. Dolly did a great rendition of that song. She did. And as far as the overall mass population, that's probably the one that more people have heard, simply for the fact that Dolly Parton was the singer. Let me see here. Email from David this morning. Steve, I just made my first call and was so nervous. I forgot to mention the other reason I called. This is a David we heard from last hour. Said, my 3-year-old grandson fell off some playground equipment this past evening. They believe he has a broken collarbone. I got late and I didn't get a chance to find out for sure, but last thing I heard was the hospital wanted another set of x-rays to get a better view. He is a little daredevil, so I'm sure this is probably going to be the first of many broken bones, but it is so heartbreaking to see your 3-year-old grandson sitting there the way he was. Just wanted to ask if the listeners can keep him in their thoughts and prayers for a quick recovery. I and his parents would greatly appreciate that. Anyway, I'm leaving Chicago now, headed back to Indy. Get out of this hellhole while the getting's good, right? You are correct. David, it was so good to hear from you. Thanks for the call. I guess you've actually been sending me various email messages here and there for quite some time. Just finally got up the nerve to give us a ring. Well, it was great to hear from you. And yes, speedy recovery for the grandson. I think my daughter was about the same age when she leaned back. She's sitting on the bench. She fell off backwards and she broke her collarbone. Not fun. We'll get our news break here, bottom of the hour. Come back. Hey, we've got one more keyword coming your way this Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
California is delaying a COVID vaccine mandate for school children until at least the summer of 2023. The state was the first to announce it would require all school children to get the vaccine. But that won't happen until federal regulators give final approval to the vaccine first. President Biden in Greensboro, North Carolina, speaking at North Carolina A&T University. He spoke about fighting inflation.
70% of the increase in inflation was a consequence of Putin's price hike because of the impact on oil prices. 70%. We need to address these high prices, and urgently, for working folks out there.
The president says the invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas and food prices across the globe, not just in the U.S. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3, and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, right about the time we started our program here at the midnight hour Eastern Time in my hometown of Cincinnati. A tradition that dates back about 150 years got underway. Every Good Friday, which here it is, April 15, thousands in this community ascend the steps of the Holy Cross Immaculata, which is like in Mount Adams, the city of Seven Hills, and that's one of the mounts. It's the praying of the steps, as they call it. A tradition that started in the 1850s, when the Archbishop asked people to climb the hillside, praying that enough money would be raised to build the church. And every year since the first praying of the steps, not only Cincinnatians, but even out-of-towners, some even travel from other countries, they say, making the pilgrimage to Mount Adams on Good Friday. Started at the midnight hour, 12:01 a.m., with Catholics or anyone of any religion or non-religion, reciting a Hail Mary, praying the Rosary, Lord Jesus, thank you for your most holy sacrifice, or just reflecting on their way, making their way up the 100-ish steps from St. Gregory Street to the actual entrance of the church. The church would be open throughout the night after the 7 p.m. Mass, and the full 24 hours. The Mass was last evening, the full 24 hours today. There you go. So, yeah, they're lined up, I guarantee, at this hour. Probably some of the local media outlets will be reporting live, again, from that annual pilgrimage in Cincinnati every Good Friday. A little cool out there if you're going to be heading out to Mount Adams. Looking at 46 degrees at the airport at this hour. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. And Horse Feathers was asking last evening, hey, is that a full moon? Looks like a full moon. No, not exactly. It does. It looks full this morning. Technically, the full moon taking place on Saturday. The actual full moon. There's a minute when they say it's full. A little bit before 3 o'clock Eastern time. But yeah, the moon will appear full for your Friday night. And again, your Saturday night into Sunday morning there for Easter Sunday. But outside the secret bunker, a beautiful, beautiful moon shining bright this Good Friday morning. All right, is this JR?
Hey, what's going on, Steve? Yeah, it's bright out here, all right.
Yep.
Wind blowing again, but hey, that shooting up there in Milwaukee, they already got a big fence around the police station where they're protesting over it up there.
They've got, I didn't realize, they got protests out. Okay, so, yeah, like Pappy said, please don't jump the gun.
All around it and everything.
Wow, okay.
There's one thing I don't understand that cop. Hey, it was a pretty good-sized guy. Why didn't he call for backup? He couldn't wrestle him down and hold him by himself. That kid was fighting him. He should have called back for backup and waited. And then he couldn't speak English. They're from South Africa. Well, not from South Africa. They're from Africa. They had their parents on there. They couldn't speak English at all. They had an interpreter on there for them. So they couldn't speak. Couldn't speak English at all. So they said that was part of the problem with the cop. But he should have waited for backup. Because anything a cop does anymore, they're going to find something because they're going to hang him. It don't matter.
Wow.
They get a lawyer that took Al Sharpton's job, that black lawyer. I don't know what his name is, but he's been at every cop shooting there was in every that they're meeting there.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't. If I was a cop, I wouldn't. If they're going to fight me or whatever, let them go. Why you want? I wouldn't fight them. Try to lose, and something happened to me, go to prison or something for something I need to think is right. I mean, I wouldn't have done nothing. I just waited for backup and get more people there.
Yeah, it's all. These are the kind of decisions, though, that have to be made in the blink of an eye, instant.
He just pulled him over for a traffic violation, something. He had some kind of a warrant or something. And there was a guy in the car. There was a passenger in the car kept yelling at him to stop. He's the one got it all, part of it on camera, too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wouldn't fight them. You know who they are. Let them run. I don't know. They'll make sense. Then that bus, they brought them bus from Texas up there. There's only like 10 people got off the bus. It wasn't a full bus at all.
I think they said there were 23 the first day. I didn't see the number, how many were on the bus yesterday. It was a couple dozen, I thought they said.
Well, the first day all the camera crew was there, it looked like there only 10 people got off the bus. There were a bunch of camera news up there waiting on that bus to get there. But I don't, you're not going to get that many volunteers to go get them out of there. It ain't going to do no good.
Well, technically, they're just putting them on another bus to head somewhere else. But the idea was to send the message that they're going to be walking the streets of D.C. Let them, I guess, pay the cost of housing them, feeding them, and buying their bus ticket elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't think they really care. But, yeah, that cop, you need to watch that. They got fences up around the police station. They've been out there protesting real bad. They're waiting to see what's going to happen now. That's what that lawyer is. Don't burn the city down yet. We got to wait.
Yeah. Well,
that's all it's about.
For some, they just wait for the opportunity. Hell, it's Easter weekend. We can get some free stuff. That's sad but true that's what some of these individuals are out there about.
Yeah, but watch it. Watch it. Look how many white people's involved.
Mm-hmm.
You actually think they really care?
Nope.
I mean, yeah, they're just there.
We saw
they can start trouble.
Massive numbers in the summer of 2020. I mean, in some of those videos, there was more whites than blacks. It appeared in some of those protests. And I don't think
that's what it looked like up there.
I don't think they really had any concern with George Floyd. It was all about being a part of the action and maybe getting an opportunity to get a free 42-inch TV or something.
Yeah. All right, you on the show Monday or you off?
I'll be back Monday night, Tuesday morning. That's the way things are slated now.
Okay, there you're off. You're off Sunday night.
Correct.
All right. Enjoy your weekend.
Have a great Easter weekend. Thank you, JR. And what are we looking at? About 16 before the hour. And, hey, Clear Line's got time for a few more. You want to jump on board at 844-844-3388. All right, so it's final hour. Time for a chance at $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This will be our final keyword for week number 2 of this 5-week contest. May the 9th, when that date rolls around, every entry that you've made over the past 5 weeks goes into the virtual hopper, and someone will win a $10,000 cash prize thanks to Hotshot Secret, TNCRadio.live, and this nationwide contest. Keyword this hour, let me look here, purse. It used to be ladies that carried a purse, and nowadays, I guess, ladies carry a purse, and some guys like to carry their man purse. P-U-R-S-E, purse is the key word this Good Friday morning. You ever carried a man purse? It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus. All right, so we've actually given you all 4 keywords here this Friday morning. And if you weren't with us earlier, that's because the the typical morning programming on tncradio.live. Going to be a little, let me pull a page back up here. Given that it's Good Friday, a.k.a. Passover, TNC Radio will be providing some alternative programming for the day. Music from our friends at LTD Radio and Trucker Radio USA. I think you're going to have musical entertainment throughout most of the day. But coming up when we close things out here at the top of the hour, you will get an opportunity, if you missed it yesterday, the interview. Shelley Johnson interviewed Mario Andretti. The encore presentation of that interview comes your way here in just a few. 5 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Central Time via tncradio.live. And that's where you need to go to enter your keyword there. Purse, again, is the keyword this hour. tncradio.live on the web or the TNC Radio app. So it looks like here in a couple days, the stoners all come out in New Jersey. Recreational sales of, as the Rambler calls it, the devil's lettuce. For those 21 and older begins April 21st, so sometime next week. That announcement from Governor Murphy this past day, just 3 days after state regulators gave the green light, permits for 7 facilities that already sell medical marijuana begin selling recreational marijuana. Murphy said this is a historic step in our work to create a new cannabis industry. Now, this about a year after the state's regulatory commission started operating, year and a half after the voters in the state overwhelmingly approved a ballot question to permit recreational marijuana for people 21 and older. New Jersey now one of 18 states, along with the District of Columbia, that have legalized recreational marijuana. Then you got 37 states, including New Jersey, that have legalized medical marijuana. All right, so they're expecting, they'll see an influx of people not only from in the state of New Jersey there, but surrounding areas, those looking for a buzz. Recreational marijuana. Well, we'll return into, on a Friday, Good Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Doctor orders up a regional championship in Super Farm. Singletary's single outlasts Lacey's double in minis. And Johnson's Charger gallops to a weekend sweep over 3 other two-wheel drive contenders. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's Reborn Southern Circuit wrapped up its 3-event series in Green Cove Springs, Florida, by crowning 3 Region 6 champions and issuing 3 Enderley pull-off invitations at the Clay County Fair. From unseasonably chilly Ocala in January to the sands of Nice's, South Carolina's Mudplex to the mild and windy climes of Green Cove Springs, the association's first winter-spring trip to the southeast coast this millennium was a success, and plans are already underway to grow the series in partnership with the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association, the NTPA's newest member state organization. Congratulations to Rodney Swift and the whole MFTPA gang on a fine first year under the NTPA banner. In Super Farm, 2019 Grand National Champion John Silsby roared back from a series opening 4th place in Nice's with wins in his next 2 appearances to assume the lead in the Region 6 standings heading into Sunday afternoon. The tag team motorsports tandem of cousins Daniel and Caitlin McDonald had been tied atop the standings leaving South Carolina, but Silsby's fusillade had propelled him to a 2-point bump with 1 to go. Daniel McDonald's bad boy did manage to post the win in the matinee, but the Union City, Michigan native Silsby was a strong second with his Crop Doctor Strong Medicine Edition International 1066 and captured the first regional title and Enderley pull-off berth of 2022. In Modified Mini, a similar pattern emerged as Cody Singletary's consecutive Saturday victories at the Orangeburg Nationals and the Clay County Fair put him in front of the triple play motorsports machines of David Lacey. Singletary's Carolina Night Train was 13 inches away from the win 2 Fridays ago in Nice's, but that was only good for 3rd behind Lacey's Unchained and Double or Nothing, as those 3 quickly separated themselves as top contenders. Singletary's Train got fully on track the next night with a 35-foot victory, and the Tar Heel North Carolinian retained that momentum through 2 weekends and 2 states to best Double or Nothing again by over 6 feet in Green Cove Springs, while Unchained stumbled to last. Jim Shaindorf's Maxed Out was victorious on Sunday, but Singletary was second to capture the division crown and Enderley berth by 6 points. And in two-wheel drive, a 6-hook series dating to Ocala saw 4 trucks within a single point of the lead as Sunday's finale began. Jimmy Johnson's Carolina Charger, in command departing Ocala but in arrears after suffering a DQ in SC, got back to offense in northeastern Florida and swept the weekend. Saturday, Johnson won by 3 feet in a tight contest over Mike Justice's Logger, as the results drew Johnson and Buck Tipton's Wild and Blue into a tie with Justice and previous leader Archie Bennett's Nothing Special just 1 point behind. All 4 of those trucks had scored at least 1 win across the 5 previous sessions, so the first repeat winner would be the likely champion. And it was Johnson with a 10-foot display of dominance in the money round who punched his ticket to Urbana, Ohio this September as a reward for his regional title. Make plans to attend the NTPA's All-Star Invitational Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio on Saturday, September 17th, where 100 of the nation's best grand and regional national competitors will leave it all on the track for a chance at their share of over $100,000 in prize money. Check out NTPAPULL.com all season long to follow qualifying and AllStarPoll.com as we get closer to the event for tickets and details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you much, John Dunlap. One final time here for another week as we close things down, wind things down on a Friday, Good Friday morning. Rolling into Easter weekend here. What do you say, Big Sexy? Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't know you were going to be off Sunday night, Monday morning. Monday ain't a holiday.
I knew that's what you were calling about. I knew that.
That wasn't what I was calling about, but that just happened to come up about time I decided to call back.
Okay, yeah.
The deal about the marijuana.
Yes.
The devil's lettuce. I seen a deal on the Truman Police Facebook page yesterday. Next week is the date of the 420. You know what 420 stands for?
Right,
marijuana.
Yeah. Smoke a doobie at 420, right? Yeah.
And they were saying if you're going to partake in the celebration, some people that do that stuff consider that a holiday, And if you're going to partake in it and then get out and drive, just be reminded that the same laws apply for driving under the influence of alcohol apply for being under the influence of drugs too.
and that they would be out looking for you.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing I forgot to mention last night and earlier, yesterday you talking about deer being the most deadly animal.
Yeah, it kills more people here in the U.S.
I know all about it.
You think there's one that's more deadly? Or
I know
no?
all about hitting them deer. I've hit several of them. I think I've had run in with about 5 of them
firsthand
in my
experience.
lifetime. So I know all about those deer.
So what is your instinct says? And what kills most people is they're on like an interstate and then they swing the wheel to swerve and then end up rolling their vehicle or whatever. I mean, I guess what you're supposed to just, as Big Moose would say, maintain your lane. You're gonna hit it, just hit the damn thing, and then pick up the pieces later.
Well, that last one I hit was the only one that had been thrown up on the windshield, though. It put a hole in the windshield. I'm glad it didn't come all the way through it. Of course,
Right.
It didn't have a rack or anything, so there wouldn't be no horns to worry about. But, that was a big old animal, though.
Yeah.
But it did do a number to my windshield. But, I know all about that. But I wanted to give you a hard time over that. We can't get you to work Saturday. Thought you wasn't going to work Friday. Now you're not going to work Monday. For long, you won't be working any day of the week, will you?
Yeah, y'all going to start doing my, well, you got a Johnny Carson contract.
Yeah. I wish I had your work schedule.
Yeah, boy. All right, Big Sexy.
Enjoy your Easter weekend.
Have a good
Steve.
weekend. That's right. Yeah, and LSI Chemical, a.k.a. Hot Shot Secret, this Good Friday is, I don't know how many companies have Good Friday as a paid holiday. I think most probably don't, but yeah, for Chris Gabrelchik, he gives the staff Good Friday off, so if you're looking to place an order, they will still have the operators available at the answering service. So you can call, place your order. Don't forget to use the code Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets you 10% off your order. If you are a first responder, a veteran or active duty, military, or a CDL holder, you automatically get 10% off. So with the Overnight Drive code, you're 20% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. All right. Have a great Good Friday. We'll see you back again Monday night, Tuesday morning. Happy Easter. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. See you next week for another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.